Are you ready? Are
How's this working?
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Y'all there?
I'm ready. I'm over here stretching and stuff, man.
Look,
Ready to run through the tunnel.
how you doing today, brother?
Good, man. What's going on?
Oh man, watching the time go by, man. Waiting to go pick up my daughter about 12:30. She coming in, spending some time with me.
Oh, that's good, man. That's good. So, how was your day?
It's pretty good. I think Shaq's back there doing some technical stuff.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, that's good, man.
Good, man, pretty good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So things going very well right about now. I think.
That's good. What y'all have anything lined up? Any plans?
No, actually, this is the first time I've seen my daughter in 5 years.
Wow.
She was in Japan for 3 years and she was in Germany for 2 years. And she just got done doing a class in Virginia, so she's gonna take a leave here. So
Wow.
I know a husband, but it's different. When you get older and you got old kids coming back with their husbands and wives, it's like, hey, hold up, man.
Yeah.
You really showing my age here.
Hey, hold on, man. I'm trying to figure this out, man. I try to do that, but
Hey, I'm here, y'all. I'm at this dinner, but I'm listening in, just letting y'all know, okay?
Okay, bro.
All right. Yeah. I'm here, man. How y'all doing? How you doing, Shrek?
I'm doing good, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good.
Hey, can you do me a favor, though, bro?
Huh?
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Order me a well done ribeye, and a glass of pinch. Little pinch with a side of coleslaw.
Oh, you crazy. You crazy. I'm at a Mediterranean place.
I'm coming, y'all.
You got a lot of feedback, bro.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm be listening in. I'll probably come in and comment on this now and then. All right. Yeah.
Man.
A little bit of background noise.
Yeah, I'm coming, man. I'm coming, y'all. Just give me a minute. Give me a second,
brother. Take your time. This is a work in progress.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. If anybody listening, anybody seeing that, my apologies. I'm trying to figure this thing out, man. Hold on.
But so how's your day been going, D?
Man, it was good, man. I ran about 8-9 stops today at work, so got that in and able to get a haircut in. So man, yeah, I'm feeling good. And I'm off for the weekend.
That's the thing there, being off for the weekend, man.
Oh yeah.
Where are you at again? You in Austin, right?
Yeah, I've been out here for about 5 years.
You like Austin, man? I'm a party city, that's why.
Yeah, it could be that. And all the little clubs and spots is free to get in. You ain't paying nothing. You ain't paying nothing to get in. Only thing you're paying for is parking, really.
Okay. Hey.
Then the scenery is different. I mean, I grew up in Houston, so if you want to get to the water, you go to Galveston or something like that.
You can't get to the water from Austin, huh?
Austin got lakes. They got rivers. I've seen some spots that look like beaches out here. You know what I'm saying? Like It's real nice. You can get jet skis. You can go on the midnight cruise. Just little stuff, man. Little stuff.
But the climate is good.
Yeah,
I
it's
remember
not
being
bad.
on 6th Street.
Oh man, I haven't been on 6th Street in years. Like, it's so much other stuff besides 6th Street. 6th Street, like, I don't know. It's a lot of stuff. You can go to the Domain. You can go down Rainy Street. It's a lot of places you can go, man. It's a lot of different spots, man.
I have a
Fluke.
painting from a guy on 6th Street. He was painting with aerosol cans.
Yeah.
He drew this fantastic picture, and then I said, just do whatever and put my name on it. And I've got that framed on my wall, and that was from like 25 years ago, bro.
I got it together, y'all. I ain't mean to cut you off, but yeah, man, I got it together now.
Oh, welcome back, brother.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back.
Hey, let's go. Welcome to Circle of Gratitude. We got my brother Strickland. We got my brother Chris, which he's kind of peeking in and out. And we got my brother D over here, man. We just here to really, like I said, bring positive vibes, positive conversations, great viewpoints, and everything about what we're talking about. So we want to welcome everybody, and we just want to start off by telling everyone thank you for coming in. Thank you for showing, taking time out your day. So we just want to thank everyone. And again, we want to just kind of recap of what we spoke about today. I mean, spoke about this week. My apologies. One thing that we, I think we made some points about our what we talked about this week, which was very, very, very enlightening. One was we had, what did we talk about? Oh, so, we had a talk about accountability was one, which
Boundaries.
I think, and the accountability and healthy boundaries.
Right.
And I think that's something that we really touch bases with, and we really had a great conversation. And if you guys want to just go back and check the videos out, I would say that we did have a great conversation about that. So please, and definitely like, subscribe, and share, so we could keep this positive vibes and everything going, so that we can, continue this thing and grow it. Because what we do, I believe everyone is needing positive things that's going on in, to go into their lives. So as a recap, what would you say, my brothers, just as far as what did you learn in it? Well, I ain't gonna say learn. Did anything enlighten you in our conversations early part of this week?
I'm gonna tell you that personally, it was just great to be able to network and talk to people, be able to open up like minds, having an opportunity to express your views. We all have things going on. Everybody's got things going on. But the great thing is to be able to communicate with other people and not live in a bubble. So when you live in a bubble, man, it's you get nothing infusing that positive vibe, should I say? So I just appreciate being around it.
Okay.
No, that's right, man. Just like some therapy.
Yeah, some therapy. I mean, I said that to Shaq in the beginning. I said, it's like therapy. It's great to be able to communicate and at least open up. Even, sometimes things start out slow, but the reality is when we open up and we start to relax and be comfortable with one another, then the openness comes out. You're able to relax and get some true wisdom from each other.
Absolutely, man. That's something that we definitely need, and we did, and we reached a lot of things. I mean, like I said, the communication is definitely a key, and learning from each other, and then I think that's what we haven't done, as far as, well, we have, but far as people in general, haven't just got to the point where you can always learn from somebody. You never get too old to learn either. I've learned that really. I learned that. I mean, personally, I've learned that because I've talked to D is younger than we are, but I've talked to this young brother and he definitely gave me an insight on a lot of things. You know, man, his viewpoints is very on point. You know what I mean? So I have learned something also. So but like I said, man, the recap of what we went over, and like I said, healthy boundaries was one that I believe we all, you know, didn't understand that we all have to set boundaries. We definitely all had to set boundaries, and we kind of gave our different scenarios of boundaries for as life in general, not nothing specific, but it was about life in general. And far as the accountability, oh man, God, man, that plays a part, you know. And I've learned some things from listening to you gentlemen, man, about, you know, where we need to be as in holding each other accountable, you know, holding self accountable for what goes on in our lives, you know what I'm saying, and not blame others. So I mean, so we just kind of like, you know, touch bases on that, and I just wanted to make this an open discussion about just life in general, like everybody's week, you know what I mean? Like, I just gotta ask you, brothers, how's your week been so far, man? You know, I mean, you know, I know you ran into certain things and maybe some that we might have spoke about that might have, you know, made you feel a little different about, you know, what you know, how you view people or how you even view yourself. Anyone?
I don't know. It's been a good week for me. I have had time to sit back and do a little bit of reflecting, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
And just feeling a whole lot better, being able to communicate with somebody properly, being able to watch your tone, and you know, yeah, definitely.
It's funny, you know, Dion, well, Shaq, right? Well, everyone actually. When we was talking about accountability and boundaries, what have you, it only made me think of what I'm getting ready to go through. My 26-year-old daughter, soon to be 26 actually, who is a staff sergeant in the United States Army. Very proud of her. She's coming to visit. Now, you don't know, I got custody of my kids when they were 10 and 8. She was 10 and my youngest son was 8 years old. And as they become older, I'm starting to hear more of their feelings about what happened when they were raised and what have you. The good and the bad, because, you know, we get all of that, especially as parents. We get all of the, you know, the bad most of the time. But right. I'm kind of excited because I haven't seen her in 5 years, number one. And she's developed into a wonderful soldier. And developing into a woman. It's just great to see that the things that I put in her head or the things that I told her she retained, you know, not put in her head, things that I told her she retained, should I say. It's just, I'm looking forward to this. I'm nervous because, you know, when you're dealing with grown kids and you the parent, man, let me tell you something. Because they feel like they grown and they are, but at the same time, they still your kids. You know?
Great, yeah.
So, but I'm going to pick them up after we get off of this podcast, and it's going to be very interesting. They'll be here for 30 days, so I'm sure there'll be more information to come on this developing adult relationship with your children, because it's different. It's not like, you know, we can't just tell them what to do. It's an advisory thing, you know. You can advise them, and they can take it or they can not take it, but it's a different relationship, and I'm learning how to deal with it of having adult children. It's just interesting. We'll see what happens.
Well, man, I just want to say I commend you on. I know what you went through to raise your children, and that tells me that's a job well done.
I think so too.
Yeah, that's a job well done, man. So I mean, so that tells a lot for you, is not only as a parent, but as a male parent raising his children, not only a young male, but also a female. So that means you did a great job as a parent in order to get her to that level or get her to that, you know, she pointed her in that direction
Yeah, it was help though. I ain't gonna say I did it by myself because I had to get help everywhere I could from every female that I could when it came to my daughter. We know how to be men. We know how to be boys. We know what it's like to be boys, should I say?
Right.
We don't know what it's like to be girls, and there were a lot of things that were I was remiss about. I would actually hire people to take my daughter to go look for a dress because I knew she felt uncomfortable with me. I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable with me, going to get a dress to go out when she want to go to the balls or what have you. So I said, well, let me get somebody that would do it,
Yeah.
And she could be relaxed and comfortable to be able to do what she want to do. Because we hinder our kids because we're fearful of some of the things they may go through, so we set borders and boundaries. Again, we set boundaries with the intention of providing the right guidance. But sometimes, I'm not gonna say it's wrong, but sometimes we as men are a little bit stricter on our girls than we are our boys.
See we had that discussion. That is true, man. And even with discipline.
Yeah,
right.
and I had to understand that my daughter was raised with her brother and her father.
Right.
So she had no real outlet, as a woman. So, but we live and we learn.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, if anybody like to come up also, and we would love to hear your input. And I see Sister Leslie, Sexy May. I see my beautiful wife. I see Frankie and Johnny. I love to hear from one of you ladies. Definitely, because we as men, we love to talk, and we can definitely talk, but
I talk to the wind if it stopped moving.
Huh?
I said I talk to the wind if it stopped moving.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is nothing wrong with that, but you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I dropped the link if anybody might want to just come in and chime in and and follow us with this discussion, because like I said, we're no judgment. We want to, like I said, it's like as my brother Strick said, it's therapy. We're speaking in general. We're relaxed. Everybody, ain't no tension, ain't no script. It's just straight off everybody's head, and out their heart. Hey, lady, hey, thank you. Like I said, but we just come in here and just really just try to bring positive. And I keep reiterating that, but it's just the point of, because I know everyone is going through a lot of, we're viewing a lot of negativity. I mean, and even, watching, if we have smaller children, we have to worry about a lot more things that's going on in today's world because of people that's not so mentally stable going into schools and taking our babies' lives. You know what I mean? So that's something that is a scary thing. So, we have to talk to our children, even grown, because people are still going through things as grown individuals as our children, like Strick's, Strick's daughter and son, and my kids, and everyone else kids that might have smaller kids or even have grown kids that might go out into society. And, we all, as a parent, we are protected by nature. If I would say, you know what I mean? So we just want to bring positive things and, put things forth that someone might, like I said, once again, might be going through and don't exactly know, what's the answer or whatever, or something that we might, because like I said, when you have so many minds come together in a positive aspect, I believe that we could get some things resolved. Or if someone might have a question or something, maybe with all of minds together, we can probably answer that question, or even give the resources how to answer that question, if that makes sense to everybody. You know what I mean? So I think that's what we're doing here. And like I said, we didn't have a specific topic or anything, but we just wanted to really talk amongst each other and vibe and enjoy. Have a joy in a happy time versus always a somewhat of a negative thing that's going on. You know what I mean? So I mean, if any one of you brothers want to add to that, man, I would be delighted, man. Like I said, I'm just here, just really just going, just really just thankful and being thankful for what we are building here because of positive. And I love positive, you know what I mean? And I explained to D and Chris also. I was telling him, I said, I always had a dream to become a person that can motivate, encourage people. And I think with this platform and with gentlemen like I have on this panel, I think that it will come to fruition, because it's like, I know you guys, back me, and for you to be on this panel and being a part of this, you backing me 100%. So, I mean, I take my hat out to you guys, man, and it's nothing but major love from this, man. So I just want to just share that with you guys, man.
Oh man, appreciate that, man. It's a pleasure being up here with you, my brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But like I said, man, I mean, it was funny, man. We behind the scenes, we be having a lot of conversations, man, and it'd be like something that we speak about, that I would say that we could speak on it, but it's just the point of we just sit back and listen to each other's thoughts, and we sit back and look at each other, man. I mean, listen to each other, man, and be like, wow, and I just really look at talking to Strickland and talking to my brother D right here, man, and Chris, man. It's like, it's amazing how we're different people, but we are so like-minded. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? That's such an awesome thing, man, because it's like we're on the same page, and we talk about things that's really relevant in our lives today, man. And
look familiar, bro. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, Shaq. I hate to interrupt you. Only because this young brother that just popped up on the screen, I'm like, his face looks so familiar, and then he disappeared.
Oh, talk about, yeah, he looked familiar, though.
Damn. Now,
I'm listening, bro. I'm listening. I'll holler back at
you. Welcome back.
Yeah, man. But like I said, man, it's like, I mean, I commend that, I'm looking at like the ladies that's in here, man, that they think they took time out their day to listen to us and what we speak about and what we talk about, man. And that says that's big volume. You know what I mean? Because we're not up here, we're not out here disrespecting women, or we're not out here, talking actually against women. We're just here speaking in general. You know what I mean? And trying to shed some power to our words that we speak about. You know what I mean? And I really enjoy for what we're doing, man. And like I said, I talk behind the scenes between these brothers, man, and then we just sit back and just really didn't realize how enlightening it is to talk to other, with each other, man, especially on social media. Like Strick say, he ain't the person to be on, he wasn't fond of the internet, but he feel comfortable enough, and like he said, it becomes therapy. And I think a lot of us, we don't realize that things like this can be therapy, because I think everyone is going through a different, some kind of hardship in their life. And when you go through a hardship and you don't have nobody to talk to, or nobody that you can lean on just for a conversation, to me, that can be scary. Yeah, we have, higher beings, of course, but it's just someone that physically can give you your input, that not only that you want to hear, but that's going to give you the truth. You know what I mean? And if, like I spoke with the other day, and I said that I want, if you brothers ever come, if I come to you and say something, give me the truth. Don't give me the fake. I want it straight from the hip. I don't want the pea shoot. I want the 9mm. I want you to give it to me, man. You know what I mean? And I think, and I think that's where we stand in our brethren, you know what I'm saying, as we brothers, and we speak on this. And like I said, and I always say, how some people have gotten away from compassion. Being compassionate to others it's like, you know, I've seen people when they state and say, "Oh, if it's not me, it's okay." No, that's not a good thing. Because why would you not want compassion to give compassion? Because you would want to receive compassion. You know what I mean? So we have to, you know, start becoming more compassionate and somewhat understanding. Now, I'm not saying that, again, not to be nobody's foot rub, but at the same time, you know, it's nothing but sometimes people just need a listening ear, because we don't know what people go through in life. We don't know what their situation is. We don't know if it's something with a family member, or if it's something with a spouse, or hell, some people even with their animals. You know what I mean? It's just like, if they have compassion, and you can't tell you where you can send your love to. You know what I mean? If you love something, you know what I'm saying, you love something that's physical, because some people love cars. You know what I mean? Some people love whatever they love. They have their passion for it. And I think that since we're speaking on this, and I think honestly, what we're doing now, this is what I believe. This is one of my passions, because I love to encourage. I love to motivate, you know. And if I think that's, I never, sometimes, you know how we go through things in life and we don't really some people don't know their purpose. You know, I mean, everybody have something behind them, and I've built wisdom over years by surrounding myself with people that's on this panel, or even people that's in this chat. You know, so now that I've grown to that, now I see the light. I see where I need to be. And I got encouraged by a few people that I was on a couple channels also that told me, well, why don't you get a channel, man? Because I would get on that panel and speak. And I'm not giving myself I'm not patting myself on the back for this, because it was like to the point where I think that, wow, man, you know, maybe it would be good. You know what I'm saying? I had a doubt in my mind. Maybe people didn't want to hear what I had to say. You know what I mean? And even though I heard people state that, you know, hey, man, you need to do this, and sometimes I just felt like, you know, maybe people didn't want to hear what I say. What is it that I could say that maybe can change someone's mind, or even their thought process, or even to give them some kind of words of wisdom? But then as we start speaking between each other, not only myself, but everybody on this panel had key words and key thoughts and opinions that really enlightened me and grew me just in these last few days. You know, so these are the things that we have to understand, that when it turns to in terms of being, you know, and I always used to use the term of faith in numbers. You know what I'm saying? When we're, you know, you got to have faith. And when you have faith in numbers, sorry, say what now? I'm sorry.
Not say you ain't lying. You definitely got to have faith.
Yeah, man. But, you know, and then, you know, and you trusting in, you know, and then I think what happens a lot of times, a lot of people, man, men, you know, people trust in man instead of trusting in whomever, you know, whoever you might believe in, or a higher being, the universe. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but like I said, but we are here to bring positive, true positive. And like I said, the intellect of all these brothers, I mean, I just got to do it. If you can see it, man, like I said, I take my hat out to you, brothers, man, because like I said, it's grown me to in matter of fact, even push me even more to when you say, man, I can't wait till this day. I can't wait till we go live this day. Man, that makes me feel good. And like you said, and I was talking to my brother Strick, he said, how do you feel after you get off the live? I said, I feel great. I feel empowered. I feel encouraged. You see what I'm saying? Because now that regardless if it was one person, no people, and we on here, we talked amongst each other to enlighten each other and to build each other up. You know what I'm saying? But right. But sharing this with other people and stuff like that, it broadens it, man. Like, wow, man, you know, people are actually sitting here listening to the things that we're saying. We're not talking about hurting no one. We're not talking about, you know, gossiping against someone. You know what I'm saying? Because gossip is so bad, man. People just gossip and talk against each other. But there again, like we spoke earlier this week, you know, as much as you can talk, go have these conversations and talk to someone else about the next person, why not you step to that person and encourage them versus trying to talk against them? You know what I'm saying? So would anybody like to elaborate on that, man?
Man, negativity is what's selling today, man.
It's a bad situation, man. Negativity. Oh my goodness, man. And it's crazy that it sells. Why should negativity sell on those type of levels? You know, I mean, that's a question. I mean, I can't understand, you know what I mean? Because is it easier to gravitate to it, to engage into, or would it be?
Yeah, it's always easier to get upset. It's always easier to say something you know you're gonna probably regret later on. It feels good for the moment, you know.
Easier to point.
It does. Yeah, for sure, definitely. It feels good. It feels right.
Yeah, but you know what? But like I said, I just feel, and that's, you know, and I say this, man, when you speak just like say in anger, you know, I know some people that smile when they're mad. You know what I'm saying? I know some people that cry when they're mad. You know, but at the same time, the inner you, to me personally, it don't feel good. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sorry, y'all. Most people listen to later throw it in your face and spread it.
Man, it's just not healthy.
Yeah, I would agree, Lady B. I would definitely agree. You know, people will spread things about you instead of, you know, you know, this is the thing with me. I believe that if we can, if I have a problem with anyone, I think it's in my opinion, I feel it's easier for me to come to talk to you than to talk to someone else for it to maybe get back to that person. Now you have this big conflict. You see what I'm saying? So why not go to that person and if we supposed to be that type of friends, sisters, brothers, whatever, I think it shouldn't be about, you know, if you get mad, you know, that's a topic. I think constructive criticism. Constructive criticism. Can we have constructive criticism? Can you take constructive criticism? You know, and I think that's what a lot of people don't want to take constructive. And that's why I say constructive. That means constructive, to build. You know what I mean? And if they can't build on something that you state to them because you care, not saying that all your words are correct, but at the same time, don't you think you know you should be able to talk to the person that you call or that you claim that you care about or you love? You know, so I don't get it. Why is it so hard for them not just to come to you versus talk to everyone else? What you think about that, Strick?
People are afraid of being they're afraid of being chastised for saying something that other people don't like. Saying what's in their heart. I think that most of the time you get engaged in a situation where it's like you're saying.
Thank you, Casey. Come in. I'm listening to you, bro, Strick.
The only thing you do is sit back and listen sometimes. Listen. Because people are so they're so used to being criticized for their opinions and their views. And
what?
Sometimes your opinion and view might just be the facts. But you
right.
just don't say that. Because you don't want to offend anyone. So you step back Kind of got off topic, but it's just, I think I got something going on in my own head at the same time.
Right.
Listening to what you're saying. Listening to what you're saying is making me think about my own situation and making me, kind of digress a little bit.
Right. And I understand. And, and that's what I'm saying. We as people, man, we really just, when it comes to talking to a person, or as it goes back to the constructive criticism, I think sometimes what happens with people, some people don't want to tell people other things because of it might hurt their feelings, or, they might look at you in a different way if you say this to them. But
yeah,
I mean, my thing of it is who would I be again as a sibling, as a parent, as a friend, as a brother, call brother, if I can't speak to you because I might see you about to self-destruct, and I can worry about your feelings to a certain extent, but then I know it's a message that I need to give to you.
That's true.
So if I don't give you that message, the next time I might not, it might be too late. You get what I'm saying? So I believe that if I'm going to give it to you straight and forward, so that it won't be that, what if I'd have done this? What if I'd have done that? Maybe if I'd have done this, I'd have done that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be in that boat, because now I wouldn't know how to live with myself. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm thinking, worrying about your feelings. And like I said, yeah, I'm worried about your feelings to a certain extent. To an extent. But if I see you about to self-destruct, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to tell you what I need to tell you. Because if I don't, I mean, what can happen? And I think, even with people,
like it's not, you're gonna get it.
Right. Basically, either way it goes. So they just want like when we start talking about mental illness, it's real. It is a real thing. And for some reason, huh?
I didn't think you were gonna get personal and talk about my business on here.
No, man, watch out, man. I'm not talking. No, watch out, man. No, I ain't talking about you like that, bro.
I'm just with
Say, wait a minute, you going a little personal there, bro.
Heard him say mental illness.
No, but I'm saying, but it's because me and D was talking about this one day. You see a person, and you can withstand a lot of things in your life. And it might be everything coming to you either way, but you know how to handle it. Now you might break down, but then, sometimes we shut ourselves down. Sometimes we have to reach out. You know what I mean? Even though that we don't want to, because we don't want to be that burden on someone else. You know what I mean? But you can't, when you're about to, you see yourself going in a direction that your life have never been, something that you endured in your life that you probably never endured before. That's a time that I believe that people, especially people that you truly know that care about you, don't shut down.
Man, say it again. Yeah.
Don't shut down. Let it out. Hey, man, look, I need to talk to you right here, right now, brother.
Right now.
Okay, that's fine, man. Look, I'm all ears, bro. What you need me to come to you? Because like I told you, any one of you brothers say, hey, I need you and I need you in this city, I'm on my way. You know what I'm saying? But it's not many people that have that. But at the same time, it don't take, but phone can reach anywhere in this world. Anywhere. So it's no excuse. Now with all the social media such as WhatsApp, video chat, it's no excuse for us not to reach. Here we go, brother Sir Miguel.
Sir Miguel, how you doing, brother?
Good evening, Kings. How y'all doing?
Sir Miguel. How are you doing today? I was talking about you this week, my friend.
Oh, I appreciate that, brother. I just wanted to chime in real quick. I won't be long, but I like what Brother Shaq said about constructive criticism. And one of the things I've learned over the years, adults don't like constructive criticism, whether we know it or not. I think it's hard for us to take it because we feel that we're so grown or we're so dotish that we really don't have to listen to someone critique or give us something to either benefit us or to show us that, guess what, you might have done something out of the way, but you can be better. So a lot of times we forget that we're still growing as men and women. The problem is we stop growing because we stop learning. So the day you stop learning is actually the day you die, because you're not evolving until your actual death.
Brother Miguel, is it a desire to learn? When you have that lack of desire to learn, is when you start to imminent demise.
It could be that, but I think because we get caught up into this thing that we're adults and nobody can't tell me anything. But in the eyes of God, we're still children. So we don't know everything. You know what I mean? It's no different that I have partners that I'll go to and I'll present a situation to them and I said, give it to me raw, tell the truth. And they give it to me whether I like it or not. But I can still respect that versus somebody saying, I'm not going to tell you that. Or agreeing with me. You understand what I'm saying? I have more respect for people that's going to give it to me raw versus sugarcoating it or playing with my feelings or my emotions or my intelligence. Perfect example. You look at this panel right here of men that's having a conversation. How many men do you know that can really have a conversation? I'm not talking about barbershop talk. I'm talking about conversations that's not only going to touch the mind, but that's going to touch your inner being to make that soul wake up and spark something in you that you go, well, damn, you know what? That is a very interesting take on what happened or what that brother or sister conveyed to me. If it don't hit your soul, it ain't gonna do nothing for you.
I totally agree, but I'm scared for you next time you go to the barber, though. I'm just gonna say it out there now, because you know barbershop therapy is there.
You know, it's there, but like I say, in certain settings, barbershop talk is good.
Yeah.
But when you get to the core, when you get to the core of the human being, sometimes that barbershop talk, some people ain't ready for.
They ain't ready for it. Yeah, sometimes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
It's one thing to touch the mind, but can you really touch the spirit?
Yeah.
That's just my 2 cents.
No, truly. And I would definitely agree with that.
In it, bro. Can I get 2?
You sure can. You get more. You can get half.
Yeah, man, I would agree with you on that 100%, brother Miguel. Like I said, man, I just noticed that, you know, I've seen brothers that I've been around and that are not close as the ones I'm on here at all, man. You know what I mean? Because, you know, we all go through different walks of life. And when I've went through these different walks of life, it's like, do you evolve or do you be complacent and be in the same place? And some of those guys are in the same place. I went back to where I stayed and they're doing the same thing they were doing 15, 20 years ago. But you're looking at me differently because, oh, you think you're better because you moved to another state. No, I don't. I wanted change. I wanted difference. I wanted to not surround myself with as much as negativity where I'm at now. I have a freer mind. You know what I mean? I have somewhere where I had nothing but to trust in the good Lord and my wife. You get what I'm saying? So we came to a place, and honestly, and I'm gonna tell you a story. What it is we equally, when I stayed in Houston and stayed there, I knew people because I was there a lot more years. My wife came to Houston. She knew people, but she's more of an introvert person. And so with that being said, I was like, well, let's go somewhere where I don't know nobody, you don't know nobody. That means we have we never been a person to lean on nobody anyway, but we leaned on each other. Now, again, I spoke about it before. I said we went through trials and tribulations. We went through hell. but we came out of it. But not only did we come out of it, I'm gonna have to say that we grew stronger as a husband and a wife. You see what I'm saying? So that was something that really helped me not only grow as knowing as a dependence on someone else and knowing they got your back, but it grew me to make me a better man, because I've never been away from the city that I really originally grew up from, because I knew a person here and moved a person there. So I got to a place where, do I meet people, or do I talk to different people, or do I express my business to people? No, I confide in my wife, and that's who I confide in. You know what I'm saying? If I had any issue, I talked to her. She gave the answer. You know what I'm saying? So that was something that you know, I mean, I'm just sharing. Look, as you say, that was my 2 cents.
But see, the beauty of it is you guys made a decision. You walk together in that decision. Some people like to walk behind and the other one in the front. When you can walk together as one on a decision and be comfortable with it, that's what makes your relationship and your marriage healthy. Because when you got one person leading and then the other person behind, then guess what? There's no balance. But at the end of the day, I always tell people true leaders actually are in the back so they can see what's in the front. Because if I'm leading from the front, I can't see what's behind me. But the fact that you both came together side by side, walked hand in hand, you basically took the reins and said, God put me here, pull her right next to me, and we're going to walk together. When you have healthy conversations like that to make those decisions, then the way is easy. And even when things come in the way, you're still going to be able to sit down as a couple and say, hey, let's iron this out, versus going to bed mad at one another or waking up on the wrong side of the bed. That's no different than friends. So it's no different if you feel like something was going on with me, I can almost expect you to call me and say, brother, what's happening? Now, if I tell you something different, you be like, Sir Miguel, hey man, you ain't being truthful with me, brother. Come on with it.
Right.
I expect you to say that. If you don't say that to me, then it is what it is.
Right. Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. But we were just talking about that, man, about keeping it, you know, give it to me straight and raw, man. I don't want you sugarcoating that. Because like I said, I was just speaking on that, and I was saying that far as a person coming to me and telling me, or I'm coming to that person if I know they're going through something, and I always say it might have, if I just would have said it and then I have regrets later on because I didn't speak it, or I wasn't being real, or I'm co-signing on what you're saying and agreeing with you when I know it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? I can't, people that I care about, I can't, even someone I don't care about, because if that person might come to me and just need to talk, and then they might be thinking about committing suicide or committing a crime that can either take their own life or they can go to jail for the rest of their life. You see what I'm saying? So I just feel that I want to be able to speak to that person from dearly from the heart. You know, because like I said, I'm not going to sit there and look at you and know that you're headed for self-destruction. And I'm just going to sit here and say, oh, okay. Yeah, all right, man, I'm okay with that. You know what, man, you're right, man, whatever. But knowing that ain't the right answer. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that's just me. Hello? Oh.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, you know, but then, you know, it's over the years, you know what I'm saying? Because like you said, when we were from younger, you know, you gained friends when you were, you know, from toddlers to young, you know, like 8, 9, 10, 12 years old. Then you become that teenager. Then you become, you know, 18. And like you said, when I was big on constructive criticism. The reason that I made that statement about constructive criticism, because I've known people when you speak to them and talk to them, and they're frowning and looking at you crazy when you're saying something. And I'm like, wait a minute, you know, I mean, I'm saying this from the heart. I'm not saying this and some people be on defense mode. And I wonder about that, because why are you so defensive and combative when I'm trying to tell you something to maybe, you know, to steer you in the right direction, or something that you might be going through, but you're not trying to hear nothing that I'm saying. Like you said, you figure you're grown, no one can tell me nothing. But we'll never get too old to learn, ever.
And
sometimes you just gotta throw that information out there and walk away, man. You know, I mean,
I agree,
like
that's true.
I mean, I can't beat myself up trying to show you how to drink and swallow this water.
I agree.
So,
That's right.
you know, I know God is powerful. I believe in him, like, seriously. So, you know, I throw the information out there and walk away. For real.
You know, it's funny you said that, because my biggest problem as a teenager going into high school and college, I always felt like I could save everybody. And then one day God had to speak to me and say, look, son, you can't save everybody until you save yourself. But with that being said, you're going to have to just plant the seed, and somebody else going to have to come water it.
Okay.
Because you can't do everything and everybody's not going to hear you. It's no different. Is your foundation built on solid rock, or is it built on sand?
Right.
Because a lot of people going to wither away.
Right.
Some people going to stand.
Right.
And the people that stand is very small. So a lot of people you come in contact with, you can speak the truth to them and they'll still let it go in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree. And I've seen that happen many times over, man. That it goes in one ear and out the. You know, the funny thing, and I was saying that too, but Sir Miguel, I was telling him, I said, you know how you tell a person, you know, you give them suggestions, or you don't tell them what they need to do, but you know, you put it out there to whatever, and they ask your opinion about something, and they still do what they said they was going to do it the first time. Now, do you consider that as a waste of conversation, or do you consider that being just like, well, a person just had their mind already set?
Well, my attitude is this: if you come to me for advice or anything and you don't use it, don't come ask me no more.
Okay, basically.
Straight like that. Yeah,
straight like that. Yeah, I agree.
And I kind of feel like you don't left the door open for me to speak my mind with you now.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
And the thing of it is, a lot of people don't know how to listen either.
Nah,
you know
they still don't.
So they'll, you know, you tell them something, but within the layers of that conversation, there's a message. They're really looking at the messenger and not listening to the message.
Right, absolutely.
So they become offended, get mad, frown, and all the other, and you're sitting there going, wait a minute, it ain't about me. It's about what I'm seeing that you really not seeing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to get out of your own way, but too many people are still in their own way because they're not trying to listen or hear anything. And it's really sad when you get to that point, even as an adult, because I always say again, even though I'm a grown man, I'm still a growing man, which means I'm still evolving and learning. You don't stop learning until this life is over.
That's right.
So if you stop learning, that means you're stubborn, you're miserable, you're bitter, and you're not really living. You stuck.
Yeah, definitely, man. Sometimes you just got to be coachable, man. You can't go nowhere if you ain't coachable. If you can't listen to nobody, I don't see how you gonna make it.
Real talk.
That's just straight facts, man.
You know, the funny thing you say that is, like, I see people and I talk to people, man, and people put their own perception of who you are, or don't value what you say to them. You know what I'm saying? I feel everybody that I feel that's on this panel right now, and even in the chat, that if you say something to me, I will analyze it to know, because anybody should know right from wrong, and sometimes people know wrong and they still do it. So I mean, so that's a given. I mean, people do what they want to do, but I know I analyze and I take it in, and then when I take it in, then I say, okay, well, you know what Brother Miguel or Brother D or Brother Strick said to me, that makes a lot of sense. You know what I'm saying? But I'm willing, as you stated and said, I'm evolving. And so that means I'm willing to learn. But again, some people know it all. I mean, they know everything.
And my kids?
You know what? And the funny thing, and I was going there. I never understood about the younger generation is you've been here 20, 22, 25, even sometimes 30 years old, and you like, I know, like, oh, well, you know about this. Oh, I know. You do that. Oh, I know. Well, wait a minute. Well, if you know everything, why are you asking me? I never understood that. Why, if you know everything, why do you ask me? But because you must have some doubt in your decision.
I think because we've all had that period in our lives when we were maturing and growing, that we thought we knew everything. And we had all the answers. Because I remember, I used to be like, man, I don't even understand why y'all having a problem with politics. Politics, mind you. Like, y'all can't solve this problem because I got the answer. The thing is that when you're youthful, you have this impression that you have the answers because you've gotten awareness that you didn't have before. Like I was talking about my daughter. She's 26 years old. Think she's traveled. She's definitely traveled and enjoyed the idea of being a free individual. But at the same time, she hasn't experienced life's obstacles. So her impression, her belief is that she's, ready and able. She says, "Oh, I'm ready to leave the United States. I'm going to leave it." You know what? If you have the legitimate reasons, go knock yourself out. But her impression is that she's going to lead to a better atmosphere because she says, "Oh, well, I know that, I see it online. I see it online." And I'm going, "You see it online? Okay. Well, hey, all I can tell you, young lady, is do your best to be safe and enjoy your journey because you're the one that has to understand what happens at the end. No one else. No one else."
Hey, I want to say this. Do any one of you ladies want to come up and speak? Because like I said, we're just men. We're just sitting here talking, But if you ladies like to come up and share your thoughts on what we spoke about, I would definitely drop the link.
And I'd appreciate that. I'll drop mine because I want to hear what they have to say.
Because I've noticed we'd have been up here all week and ain't no woman want to come up here. And I was expecting my sister Leslie or a sexy maid to come up here, but I understand.
I promise we will not attack you.
No, definitely not attack you. Oh no, never. No, we're not doing that in over here.
No. I want to hear a valued opinion from a woman's perspective.
We appreciate that, Casey. Yeah, definitely. We try to we believe in being positive, like I said. Considering, and I know you guys, and I know this case here, and I subscribed also to your channel, that we're doing things on a positive note to share our thoughts, and like I said, and thank you, the brother, and especially my brother Sir Miguel to come in and grace us with his presence once again, which is very well. I mean, we enjoy it, man. We enjoy hearing you speak, brother. You're so well spoken and.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, you got an agent.
Say again.
I say you so well spoken, man, and everything. So we enjoy for you to come up on the panel and give your thoughts, man, and your views, man, because it's nothing but positive, man. And it's great positive. Like I said, actually, you shed a lot of light on what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So, I again, I appreciate you coming up, man, because like I said, we're trying to do something positive, Sir Miguel. Like I said, man, we the brothers that's here, man, and we trying to shed light, like I said, and our women are looking for strong men to lead and stop being disrespectful to the women. And I know they deal with that on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? I mean, men can be a tad bit egotistical, and we can be a tad bit egotistical, basically. You know what I'm saying? To a certain but I think the women appreciate that we are being positive and shedding light on a lot of things that from a man perspective. You know what I'm saying? Because I know everybody have their own opinion about things, but we're here gathered together and having like minds and speaking about everyday life and the youth and different things as grown-ups, and like I said, I mean, it's a learning experience for me too. You know what I'm saying? It definitely is a learning experience, man. And I really truly appreciate each and one of y'all coming up here, man, and speaking on this, man, because we need that. We need that. And like I said, Sir Miguel, like I said, and I'm new to this YouTube thing, and I've probably been on YouTube maybe about 8 months, maybe, and following. I had a sister Jazz. She has a channel, and I was on her panel and stuff like that. Me and Sir Miguel would have great conversations. Me and Leslie, we would have great conversations. You know what I'm saying? But when we speak on a positive note. It don't be about anything crazy. It be and it's not even a debate. That's the wonderful thing about it. Like, well, no, Sir Miguel, they don't go that way, or it's not nothing about that. It's about we are agreeing on things. You know what I'm saying? You have a viewpoint. You highly educated, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You shed a lot of light on a lot of things that I didn't know. So once again, I just have to give you accolades, man. Tell you thank you, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, you know what? It's no need to thank me, brother, because at the end of the day, I only do what God leads me to do. I don't believe in just spewing stuff just to be spewing things. Anytime I get on somebody's panel, or even if I'm speaking in public, it has to be at the right moment at the right time. A lot of people can come with a lot of gibberish, a lot of BS. For me to be on a men's panel with other brothers who not only have similarities, but can have a conversation that's so positive that when it gets in the atmosphere, it's not only moving us, but it's moving the people in the chat, that they can take it and give that information to somebody else. And as God moves it to wherever it's supposed to go, it's going to help somebody. And that's what I'm all about at the end of the day. It's easy to go out there and be negative. That's the easiest thing to do.
Oh, absolutely.
But people say, it's hard to be positive. No, it's not. It's just as easy. But if you don't put it in your mind to do it and practice it, then what good is it? You're going to go left. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to be right. I'm not trying to be wrong. I just want some substance and some balance to where it can either charge me up so I can keep going to the next level. I'm not trying to go back down to the bottom, because I got to pull the people up from the bottom, somebody with me. I don't want to be on top by myself.
It's lonely up there.
You know what I'm saying?
Lonely, they say it's lonely at the top. They're lonely at the top. Hey, well, I'm gonna have to say this just for a quick second. I want to welcome our sister Leslie to the panel.
Hey, brothers. Good evening.
Good evening, Leslie.
Hey, Miss Leslie.
Good evening.
I'm loving this. You guys are spoiling me all week long. I love when men get together and you talk about things that women could take a little piece of it and think about it and leave positive. Sir Miguel, thank you for tonight, your voice. Thank you for last night, your voice on the other channels. D, Strick, and Chris, God bless you guys. It's good to see you and good to be seen. And Brother Shaq, you know what time it is.
Oh no, bro, Leslie. You know how I know. Hey, look. They say we go way back.
I know, right? By the way, before we get into anything, I want you to know that today I found a recipe from West Africa that shows you how to make black rice.
Oh Lord, here we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh
I'm gonna
Lord,
do
here
it.
we go.
Like you,
Say,
mhm.
let me tell you about that. Let me tell you about that conversation. So me and Leslie were on the panel and we was talking, and for some reason she started talking about purple rice, green rice, orange rice, and I'm like, what? I've never heard anything of the such. Man, but it was hilarious though, because you know me, I add a little sling to it and making it like, man, I ain't never heard of them color rices before, man. It's kind of scary, but you said it was a recipe for black rice?
Yeah, it looks good, delicious. But the reason why we were discussing black rice and everything, that was the first time um Brother Shaq and I had met on Just Jazz's channel, and we were reading transcripts, but there was a long pause. So we were filling up conversation. And so Brother Shaq went into one mode, and I fell along with him, and that's how we got into the recipes. But on a good note, I just want to share with you and Brother Chris and Brother D. I think you were there, and another brother who does the parole was there the last time I was here, and you guys left me in it was a good mood and everything, and lo and behold, my oldest son who's married, his wife and his child came over and surprised me. Well, there was a moment where my son, who's in his 30s, um, and I got the chance to talk, and we would talk about my father who passed, and I was glad he had met him, got the good home training, and had a chance to experience that. And I said, I hope you pass the wisdom on to, your son. My son shared with me, and we were outside looking at the night sky with the clouds going on with the full moon, with nice moon. And my son said to me, Mom, sometimes I get so afraid for my wife and my son. I don't know how you did it. He was
Mm.
thanking me just that moment. And this is following, the good conversation, Brother Shaq, you had with the other gentleman. And to have that happen, I had to share it. I'm just sharing.
Right,
You're the first ones I'm even sharing it with. And I don't talk about my real life.
right.
But I just want to say to the brother who was talking about his daughter, we think, because my son was Dennis the Menace growing up. He wasn't a bad kid, but things just happen. You know, Sometimes we think they don't get it. They get it. My son thanked me. And I said, Son, now you understand why I was always in prayer. He said, Mom, I stay in prayer. I said, keep praying. He relieved me for that moment from parenthood. Even though he's in his 30s, but he made me feel, "Phew, at least I did something." It sounds like something small to folks, but it meant the world to me. And I thank you, Brother Shaq, and I'm going to let you know that on my side, this woman saw a man. I have a man in my house. Okay, man in my family that came from me. And I can only judge him by the conversations I'm hearing. There's hope for us, brothers.
Absolutely.
I could go on and on, but there's hope, and I'm so happy to hear you guys. That's why I click on, because I want you guys to talk. I don't care if the women don't listen. Somebody's going to get it. Somebody's hearing this, because your wisdom, I pass it on to my sons. I pass it on to the neighbors, or other relatives my women friends. We, not all of the women get on YouTube, but I tell them what I hear, and we sit around and discuss it. So you guys are powerful, because you really are. Thank you. Let me shut up.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Thank you so much for that, Leslie. I really appreciate that. Well, we got Sister Sexy May on here, my big sis.
Okay, sexy babe. Hey, lady.
Hey, sexy mate.
Hey, sexy man.
Sexy man. Hey,
Hello,
sexy man.
everybody. I got to figure out how to work this, y'all. Hey, everybody. How are y'all? I'm still learning. Talk to these grandbabies, too.
Yeah, see? I love it. I'm trying to learn.
No, but I'm just gonna stay up here for a quick second. I just want to say one thing. I just wanted to congratulate you gentlemen for y'all talks that y'all been doing all week.
Hmm.
So, and Shaq, I am proud of you. You make
Thank you,
me
sis.
happy. I
Thank
just
you.
want to say thank y'all for the conversation, though. It do take you to another different place instead of the drama that we've been seeing on YouTube. So I thank
Yes.
y'all for that. So that's all I
Thank you
wanted
for
to say.
listening in.
Because I got
Thank you.
grandbabies and I'm trying to deal with them right now. But I did just want to hop up here and say that to y'all, though.
All right, thank you, sis. I
Thank
appreciate
And
it.
you.
Shaq, you know I love you, Shaq. So you know.
Oh, I love you too, sis. I'll tell you, boy. You definitely, like I said, that's why I was saying. I told you, you ladies been so genuine, so good, and you know what I'm saying, and been the same ever since. You know, and I think a lot of us don't know what it is. Be who you are. You don't have to change who you are.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's where the genuineness come in. You know, like I said, I was speaking about these two brothers right here. The way they are now is the way they speak when it comes to Strick and D. They've been the same brothers all these years. They have never
That's what
changed.
time it is.
You know what I'm saying? They never change. And I call that true. I say brothers. Like I said, the only thing separate us is blood. You know what I mean? And I have to commend it. And I think a lot of people get away from that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just like I said, we didn't gain relationships between you and Frankie and Johnny. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Even Sister Leslie, she didn't came up here. We didn't sat there. We didn't spoke. We didn't share things together. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Nothing don't have to be blood all the time in order for you to
Right.
come together. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, now that we're coming on a positive, we are influencing on positive levels. Man, I mean, all it takes is just to just continue. Because like I said, I don't care if it comes down to it. We gonna do this week in, week out. The good Lord give me breath, because I know it will make a difference for someone.
Yes.
Yeah, it will.
It definitely will make a difference.
Yeah. But that's all I came up here to say. I'm gonna go back down in the chat. I'm trying to get these grandbabies together here.
Okay, sis. Thanks for coming.
All right. Love y'all.
Love you too.
Go back to the chat. Okay, babe.
Have a
All
good
right.
one.
You too. Now I gotta figure out how to get out of here. Okay.
That's that technology, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, I mean, this man, and the funny thing about it is like, like I said, Strick brought to me. He said, "Man, how do you feel after you get off that live?" I said, "Man, I feel great." It's not a point about I think everything I said just myself. It's what I'm hearing from everyone. You know what I mean? It's like it's so enlightening, so encouraging, so wonderful, man. Oh my goodness, man. I'll be in. Let me say I will come on, but it will be an echo. Casey, actually, I don't know, because I had to play with that for a minute, but I believe sometimes, I don't know, sometimes if you have too many windows open, I believe, or something.
Right. I had to close out my window, and you turn on the YouTube, turn the volume to mute the volume, and let the StreamYard, when it comes up a box that says allow, click allow.
Yeah.
And then you go on.
Yeah.
Like that.
I feel so much better now that I know somebody else was having problems doing this. Look, I mean, there's some boundaries, limitations, but I feel better now.
It's interesting that I use this, like you say, boundaries. I'm getting used to this YouTube thing. I didn't do internet YouTube, until you saw me with Just Jazz, Shaq.
Yeah.
I was new to her channel.
Oh, I'm new. Oh, I'm brand new to this stuff. I mean, when I say brand new,
I've had the opportunity to be on several different panels. I have denied every single one of them. I mean, most of the work that I do is I'm a private investigator by profession. So I have cases that are on. Some cases are on 48 hours. Some cases on the other shows. But I've denied being on any of them, and I felt comfortable being on this one. So I'm grateful. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, man, no doubt. Yeah, but like I said, gracing everybody, gracing their presence, man. This man, I'm ecstatic, man. I'm like I said, if I could show, I'm clicking my heels. Well, I ain't really clicking them because the way my knee is set up, I ain't clicking nothing.
Yeah,
When I
that's
stop for the run, I mean,
yeah.
I'm gonna walk a little fast. It ain't gonna be running nowhere. But yeah, but like I said, but I'm really enjoying this, man. I mean, it's like it's like you said, Strick said, it's a therapy. It's a learning curve. You know, as Brother Sir Miguel say, it makes you. I'm evolving. You know what I mean? Because honestly, listening to you brothers, whatever, it put another thought process in my mind. Listen to Sister Leslie. You know what I'm saying? It takes me to another level, and it makes me, you know, understand a lot of things that I didn't understand. You know what I mean? So yeah, so I'm definitely enjoying this. Oh, I'm enjoying the heck out of it.
I'm glad. Well, I think that sometimes I think what Sir Miguel was saying earlier. Yeah, I hear the echo. I think it's the last person that came on.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think
Yeah,
what it is. I think it's that it's like the windows that you. If you're on your phone, I don't know if you're on your phone or you on your laptop. I think she closed one of the windows out because like I said, I had to learn that too. Remember when we got on Just Jazz channel and I was like, she's like, you echoing? I'm like, how am I echoing? Not realizing, you know what I mean? And they're like, I don't hear no echo. And then she's like, yeah, you hear it. I'm like, I didn't know. So we're learning. You know what I mean?
Or Bluetooth.
Yeah. So we're learning. But like I said, this has really become enlightening, man. Like I said, and more people, and I'm seeing. Look at this panel, man. Oh my goodness, I'm blown away, man. You know, like, man, we're actually making a difference. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man.
I think what I was trying,
Who is that?
Sister,
I think she's trying to close her other window on her because it's like a two windows. I mean, another window on there or something.
Okay. What I think I enjoyed the most when I listened to Sir Miguel. When Sir Miguel speaks, he breaks it down, and I think he's thought things out.
Yes, very.
You accept it, or you don't accept it, but it's said so gently.
Yeah,
it's not said like a man's telling you something. It's just like you're giving this lady over here something to think about. Yeah, I like that because it's similar to what women really want if it's a male female situation. But the advice that Sir Miguel gives also is also good for two men talking, and as he said, not barbershop talk, because that's a different talk, but having good conversation, good discussion. You're being real. I don't feel any of you gentlemen speaking on this panel are holding back, and I appreciate that because I really want to know. I'm still learning. I keep telling people I'm still learning.
Man.
I don't have all the answers, but what you tell me, I tell that to my children, and you're helping me keep them correct, and they keep me correct.
Right.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I'm trying to hear. Is it Casey? Can you hear us, Casey? Casey, can you hear us? Okay, maybe she can't hear us. Yeah, but like I said, guys, I mean, this is a wonderful thing. How we're sharing thoughts, we're sharing views, and and Liz, believe it or not, I've been looking for you all week. Because I love it when you speak and you be telling, and we be having conversations. Like I said, we're not. It's not about me about doing this on my own. It's the point about because I want to hear other people's viewpoints. I want to hear people talk, and share their, their opinions about stuff. But like I said, because and as we state to everyone before when we first started, that we're not over here to judge no one. We're because I mean, what can we say about if we try to open up something positive and we come on here and say, well, Leslie or Strick or Sir Miguel or D, you didn't do this or you said that wrong, or you get what I'm saying? That's not what we're. We're trying to be on more of a positive.
And I appreciate that. But I have a question for the gentleman who was speaking about his daughter or his I think his
Strick.
Strick was talking about
Yeah.
You said your children have all the answers?
No.
They know everything?
No, what I want to say is that what I was trying to say is that they believe that they have all the answers, as we did when we were in that time in our lives. We thought we knew. There were times growing up that I felt like being raised by my dad from 14 until I went in the military, that my dad didn't know anything, and then it was, hey, hold up, man, maybe he does, and that's the same concept, I think we've all been through that at some point. But go ahead.
Because what I used to do with my sons when they were coming up, and I guess I learned it from my great grandmother because I didn't have grandparent, grandmother. So my great grandmother, they didn't talk. They just there's a certain, and then even with my mother, get to a point where they don't speak or they didn't speak, and their mouth they purse their lips, so to speak.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
And then when they don't touch that stove is hot, but they know what's going to happen before it happens. That's what I tried to do with my sons. You tell them one time, like Sir Miguel says, you tell them one time, then you sit back. You have to let them, and then when things don't go their way, you discuss. You got to be there. You got to be that family.
That village.
But yeah, and I find that it's a good thing when they think they have all the answers.
All right, I'm listening. Shh, everybody, because guess what? That's the part I need to understand. Go ahead.
Okay, because I used to the eldest, the one now, the Dennis the Menace. I used to try to tell him, and raise my hand. I said, "Oh my goodness, I couldn't figure it out. I really couldn't figure out why this, that, and the other." He got to a point where I guess 13, and we were just doing toe to toe, kind of a fussing and this, that, and the other. And I said, "All right, we're gonna make a deal. I'm gonna treat you like a young adult if you give me the same respect." We kept that deal. I kept my side. I learned not to open my mouth.
Yeah.
When he was speaking, there was another part where he says, "Mom, I don't know why you're always frowning." I didn't know I was frowning until he said that. And I wasn't angry. I just had that face.
Where'd you grow up? In the Northeast?
Sorry, sir?
You grew up in the Northeast, didn't you?
Sure did. Yeah, you're good. He's an investor.
And I mentioned this in a previous one of the previous casts. I used to ride the train in the Bronx, and I got this little meat in between my eyes when I'm frowned up,
Yeah.
And that little meat in between my eyes that's frowned up when I'm frowned up, it's deceived a lot of people throughout my years. that look on our face.
That's right.
We tend to take from what we believe and what we're feeling, but it's not actually that. It's just where we grew up and how we are and how we carry ourselves. Defensive mode.
So somewhat, but that it's just I'm. See, the thing of it is that when you're a black mother raising a black son, okay, I don't care if there's a father, husband, forget about all that. It was my responsibility because I had the sons. All right.
Mm.
When you're raising that black son, everything is crucial. Everything counts.
That pressure was put on you by society.
That's right.
It was
And I
put on
took it. Well, it wasn't even that. It's because my family roots are not just from the north, they're from the
you.
south.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm talking about the place where on the weekends they had the lynchings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Brunswick, Georgia, dear. Go ahead. I'm
That's
listening.
no Weekeechee. So it is in the Carolinas.
Mm-hmm.
Or where so and so one, what happened to cousin Buddy? Oh, we get a phone call. Oh, well, he was picked up for disorderly conduct, and well, he was found dead, in the cell or some, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So when it came time for my son, growing up, I had to be, what did they call me? A velvet sledgehammer. I didn't beat them, but I was stern. I was
Mm-hmm.
strict. I said it once, that was it. So I see it now that it was worth it because I see how he's raising his child. And I feel good and I keep praying. I thank God. You said gratitude. I have gratitude because I followed the old ways, took that chance. No matter how much I wanted to do other things, I stuck with it and I took care of my bloodline. If you understand what I'm saying. So when the children get back to when the children start telling you things, I have learned so much from the youth. Okay, and you're doing okay when the children start bringing their friends over. Their friends start calling you mom. You have extra folks coming over, and they want to be with you.
Mm.
They share with you. So I must be doing something right. I would like to think. So the information I get from your channels, I pass this on to the kids. I keep
Wow.
talking. So I depend upon Sir Miguel, D, Chris, Shaq, and the ladies that are in the chat telling me what to do. That's why I came on YouTube stream. I said, I don't know what my folks are talking about, are doing. Is there something I can give back?
Wow.
Not like I'm, anything. I have my heart.
That's all it
So I
takes.
give back. I share, my children know, I have a son with me. He shares me with you guys. He said, "Ma, you go ahead, do you." And we're good because he knows this is important to me. To know what the rest of you are all thinking, doing. Sir Miguel's on the West Coast. Shaq's down where? Down yonder. You know, looking for, you know,
Down under.
down
What?
yonder. It's
I'm
very
in Texas. That's down yonder.
Mm-hmm.
Texas is down yonder.
Every time I think about Texas, I say Texas, Juneteenth.
Let me
Okay.
tell you something.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you. Wait, hold on. You mentioned Juneteenth.
Uh-huh.
I'm from
Hey,
the
that's my birthday. That's my birthday. Wait a
Yeah.
minute. Hold up before you say something bad about it.
I'm from the Bronx, New York. Okay.
Okay.
And, being from the Bronx, as we were force fed history, Juneteenth was not something I was familiar with. When I came to Houston, I was young guy involved in an interracial relationship, and they said, "Well, they got celebrations going on. Let's go on." I said, "Well, let's go on down to the park." So I go to the park, and they got this Juneteenth celebration. I had never experienced Juneteenth. My mom, like I said, I'm from the Bronx, New York. My mom graduated from John Jay College with a degree in Black Studies. So she spent time versing us on certain things. But that was one thing that eluded her, I would say. When I was sitting in the park in Houston and they told me what Juneteenth was, I was offended.
Really?
I was absolutely offended. I stood there and I'm sitting in the park and then they're blowing off the fireworks and they're going, yeah, you know. I said, so what is this about? Juneteenth? I just never heard of it before. And when they explained it to me, I was like, well, wait, hold on. So they kept us in bondage for an additional period of time. Not that the first period of time was justified, but I didn't understand it. I really didn't understand it. And not to, you know, change the course of the subject, but the conversation. But the reality for me was that as a Northerner, showing how separated we were and how we are, the Northern blacks and the Southern and the Midwestern, because even the Midwestern, I can tell you how divided we have become. I don't know many people from Midwest that are black. You know, Montana, they're there.
Yeah.
You know, even the state that Ohio is Midwest, but you know, even Ohio. I mean, to be honest with you, because we have lost that connection, and having lost that connection, we're unable to bond the way we should, because there's so many diverse. We're all black in skin texture, but we are really diverse cultures. You know, you got Louisiana, you got Texas, you got New York, you got, you know, California. All of us we may be from that same line, but we are so different, you know, so different. So it's just it's something I think about.
I think.
Go ahead, Liz.
No, I was going to say, is it so, Sir Miguel? Because you have a child in school. Is it so that they're not teaching Black studies anymore in school, or Black history?
Well, my son, he learns Black history what the school teaches him, but I teach him at home beyond what the classroom teaches him in terms of Black history. And I tell him all the time, it's not 28 days, it's 365 days a year and beyond. So I give him the good and the bad. I give him more of the good than the bad than anything, because I always ask this question. They put slavery and they show you the whippings, but they don't show you the fighting that, and I'm quite sure that I don't believe they laid down and took those whippings like they showed in Roots and so forth and so on. But I also teach him that we were kings and queens and so forth and so on, that we just didn't start in America. Some of us were already here and so forth and so on. So I do a lot of stuff outside the classroom that the schools don't do.
Yeah, that's how my mother was. You know, we were. My mother was very Afrocentric. My idol growing up was Angela Davis.
Angela.
That's right.
Yeah.
I give her her props. But you know that. So my thing is, I learned a language for my children. I make them think they're teaching me something. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but when there's a conversation, you have to know how to listen, pretend you never heard it before, and just listen to how they deliver the conversation to you. If you understand what I'm saying. In other words, there's a certain language, you know, that you're looking for, a certain vocabulary that you're listening for. And that's what I do. That's all I do. And then, you know, keep listening, keep talking. Sorry for the cat. That's my, you know.
No, you're fine. But you know, the funny thing you said there too, though, I was thinking of when he started talking about the Midwest. My birthday is June 19th. What they made a national holiday, okay? But the crazy thing about it is when I came to the South, moving from Chicago, I didn't know nothing about no Juneteenth myself.
Really?
I mean, I'm just being real. I didn't know nothing about no Juneteenth. I'm like, Juneteenth, what is that? They was like, oh, that's when the slaves were freed in the South and XYZ. I'm like, oh, really? I said, I didn't know that. Well, they celebrate on your birthday. I was like, oh, really? So I took full advantage at that point. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'm going, hey, well, since you celebrate my birthday, look at here. It's my birthday. You know what I mean? But I mean, I'm being funny with that, but I'm just saying, but I didn't know what Juneteenth was until, until I got to the South. But, because I came from the Midwest. So I didn't know nothing about I didn't get the concept of what Juneteenth was. Even though, but then at the same time, I mean, it's certain things of, I went to a Catholic school in Chicago. I didn't go to, the regular schools or public schools in school. So I went to public. They didn't teach. We didn't have Black history in our schools.
And that's sorry, but that's so crazy, Shaq, that me and you we connect the way we do, because I went to an private Afrocentric school in the Bronx. The contrast is like, really, but yet. I never knew that about you, to be honest with you. I definitely went to that, man. But like I said, they didn't teach. I mean, as far as, and you would think, and like say, you would think in Chicago, they would teach you Black. No, we didn't learn Black history in Chicago, bro. No, they didn't teach us that. You know what I mean? I really didn't know nothing. That's why I didn't know of Juneteenth. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have a clue about that.
But we celebrated the emancipation in my family. This is in the New York area. We celebrated that on January 1st.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. January 1st. And that was just tradition.
You said in New York area. Now,
kill that hog and they have everything go,
Wow.
That's different.
Out to the tail.
Wow. But yeah, I mean, it's like it's a lot of things. But I think funny thing, and don't quote me on this verbatim when it comes to that, but I looked at a article previously about our governor in the state of Florida. Now, they were having some kind of protest of him pulling even the little Black history that they have in the school.
Yeah,
out of the school.
Because he's a nut. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. So the little that they have, because I was wondering, you see something flash up, Black protesters protesting because of him pulling.
Man.
And I'm like, what?
Politics. But it's so disturbing. And Sir Miguel, I know you know that CRT is not taught in elementary or any of the lower level education system. It's in a ridiculous concept that they've grabbed hold of and wanted to scare the white masses and get them to react the way they are reacting. It's so frustrating because it's like, come on, you must understand that is not a curriculum in the school system. But now what they're saying is, what they're really underneath the underlying saying is, look, let's not talk about the horrible things that white America did, because that'll make them feel bad. Wait a second, are you serious? So don't talk the truth because it'll make you what? Come on, man. Come on. Woo. I'm sorry. I know we were positive. And I apologize.
No, that is positive. No. On the contrary, it is positive because the message here and the lesson here is, I would prefer to teach my children the way I learned about Black history and Black things. Like we talk about Emmett Till as a youngster. My mother made sure we all saw the picture of Emmett Till.
Right.
That's how we were raised. And that's what, and when my children were able, they know about Emmett Till and certain, other than Carver. My heroine is Harry Tubman, but
going on here.
Casey, you have the radio on.
Did somebody have some
She has a
feedback?
radio or something on. But
Oh, okay, there we go.
my thing is, I don't care what they teach my children in school.
Mm-hmm.
It's my job to teach them about their roots.
That's right.
It's my job to explain to them why this one and that one, why this one looks like this and that one looks like that, and who doesn't have a birth certificate or whatever, or what happened to the land down there. I think it's my job, but I find it funny. How could white Americans teach American history, and then nobody asks, well, where did the black people come from? Who's Crispus Attucks? Crispus Attucks?
Yeah.
American Revolution. Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
They
are serious. They very serious.
I mean, when we speak of Thomas Jefferson, are we not speaking about what was he doing there? Or how do you discuss Abraham Lincoln?
Whoa.
You just can't do that. So I'm not scared. I don't know about you, brothers. I'm not scared. Because I take it serious.
They didn't open up some can of worms. Come on with it, Street.
Yeah, y'all don't want me to teach let me teach my
please
children.
Please do.
Let me give them back. I want to teach my children. Y'all ain't ready for that.
Hold on. Let me stop. Let me stop you. I know, and didn't mean to stop anybody. Let me say this once again. We're on a positive note, but we're speaking the real. So this is a open discussion. So again, no judgment, strict. So you can let it out, brother.
I totally concur with what she's saying. I know the direction that she's going, and I appreciate it. But I just like to hear it from another perspective because it's good to hear. Because if anyone wants to make mention of an individual like Thomas Jefferson and his diabolical, horrible, horrific, deeds, I'm willing to listen. Because I know it's there and it's coming. But go ahead, I'm listening.
What's the Black Museum in Harlem? You know what it just slipped my mind.
Hey, Casey, she's from New York too, y'all. So
Casey, what's that? What's the name of that Black Museum in Harlem?
Black Museum in Harlem.
Oh, come on now, people! It just slipped my mind because I want to say something. See,
I really don't even know.
I'll tell you in a minute. I'm at the computer.
I'm sitting there saying to myself, Black Museum in Harlem.
And
I know there is one.
Yeah, oh yeah, in Harlem, New York. I'll tell you in a minute. But y'all take a trip on over there. Schomburg, how could I forget?
The Schomburg. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was what considered a Black museum.
Schomburg Center.
Yeah, the Schomburg. I didn't know that was a Black museum.
I mean, they have artifacts there, and they have a lot of things, and this is positive, Brother Shaq, because we're commemorating Black History Month.
Absolutely. I'm with it. You ain't seen me saying a word.
Yeah, and when you're talking about Louis Armstrong, that's New York. Billie Holiday, come on now. So
Awesome.
Yes,
awesome.
It's funny you say all of that because my mom grew up in Harlem.
That's mine too. 118th Street.
My dad and my dad would tell me stories about how they would sit up on the stoop across the street from a very popular business where people would hang out all the time, and it's just funny to hear because you talking about the 30s and 40s. 40s.
That was their era.
Yeah, during the Renaissance.
Yes.
So it's heavy. I mean, I got family members. The picture. I don't know. We've all seen this picture, and you probably don't even recognize. But there's a picture called "A Day in Harlem," and all the kids are sitting on the curb, and Dizzy Gillespie and Count Basie and all of them are there. I have Oscar Pettiford is a family member of ours.
Oscar Peterson?
No, Oscar Pettiford.
Okay.
He was a musician. He's
Yeah.
actually sitting to the far right. But that that history
Mhm.
there in Harlem, one of the most you would never know that you could walk by a building and not realize who lived in that building that was from
That's
out
true.
here.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin, you name it. I mean, you name it. Dizzy, Count Basie.
James Brown lived up there too.
Yes,
Not in Harlem.
yes.
Hello.
And you can look at this brownstone and not even realize that
Not even
these
realize.
history that went through there. Our history, history that they tend to deny, but they can't because it's there.
So
It's there.
the positiveness that we're speaking about, Brother Shaq, at least I am, is that I guess it's maybe I'm the griot, but we have to keep saying the names. I keep telling my children the names of whoever I remember. I expose them. Their friends want to know because, all right, like you said, you were in an interracial relationship, right? Once upon, whenever, right? Strict. Am I speaking strict?
Yes, yeah, that's
Okay,
me.
okay. So that person probably knew more about your roots than you did about the Juneteenth. If that person was from Texas, right, or wherever you were,
Louisiana, but they probably did know more about Juneteenth, but yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is that we have to keep speaking about it. Even our roots from all over the place. It's a beautiful thing. It's a positive thing because the strong survived. That's what we have to tell our children. The strong survived.
Our ancestors. Oh, I would agree with
We
you on that, Leslie. Like
we
I said,
stand on their shoulder.
yeah.
But
But I'm sorry, Liz. I even said it, but
sure.
Speaking on that, after all that history, have we all forgotten? You know what I mean? That's my thing. You know what I mean? What they fought for, and look where we at now. Let's just take, like even years ago, I knew guys when we were in Chicago, and not to change the subject, but I'm just going back to what we were saying. Even years ago in the 70s and 80s and well, I ain't gonna say 70. I wasn't that old, no 70. But anyway,
don't even try it.
They ain't that far from it.
No, hold on. Let me say that I'm gonna just say the 80s, okay? That guys might have been on the corner doing whatever, as far as selling drugs or even doing whatever, but it's certain things they wouldn't do in front of the elderly, the children, and the women. You know what I'm saying? So now that here we are, and that was just say 20 plus years ago. Now here we are in new age times. Now you don't respect women. You don't care about, and then we could go to Chicago and probably any other cities, how they could easily take a child's life by a drive-by or whatever. Where did the history go? I mean, because you instilled it in your children, Strickland instilled it in his children. I instilled it in my children. I'm pretty sure if kids, whoever else have children, you instilled those values in them. But what happened to the other? I mean, their parents just forgot.
Social environment was stronger than the words of our wisdom.
Powerful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just plain and simple. I mean, the internet. I mean, the exposure that each child brings to school when they're associating with your children. I mean, it's overwhelmed them. So our influence, no matter how sturdy and guided it is overwhelmed because, man, they constantly flash with the right nows, the immediates, the instant gratification. All of those things hold a factor, I think. I don't know I don't think it'll ever come back. Look, what we knew and how things were, that's gone. That's done. Okay?
Yeah, I could agree.
Where we are in every aspect of our society, things have changed so drastically from the years of our rearing. So now, look, where do we go?
Can I interject, brother man from the Bronx? Oh, now I don't know if you remember. there's a video, I think Pimps Up Hoes Down, that was on HBO so many years ago.
Mhm.
It was a 42nd Street,
Yeah,
and there was an area, the Bowery.
I
If
remember.
you look at the history of New York, because if you look at Turner Classic, you know you can
I,
some
I,
people
look,
used to
one
that.
point,
Okay,
what you
so
do, I understand. Go ahead.
okay, so what I'm trying to say to you is that there was always stuff in the streets,
Right.
right? Always stuff in Harlem, okay? But on Sundays,
Hmm.
didn't you smell those collard greens?
Yeah,
Didn't you smell that fried chicken,
that's
macaroni
right.
and cheese? Okay?
That's right.
And then everything went back to whatever it went to. The numbers, you know, you know, Shaft, Mr. T, I mean,
But
was
the
it
exposure's
Trouble
different.
Man?
The
The
exposure's
exposure,
different now.
the survival is different. It's the same thing. I'm not of the streets, but I learned from the streets. If
Hmm.
you and so did you, perhaps, because we watched this. We're here to talk about it.
Yeah.
That was the lesson. So the reason why I'm saying that is I was in Jersey and I was with my son. The son was, my youngest son. He was little. Sun was going down. We would buy the PATH train. I think it was Journal Square, something
Journal
like that.
Square, right there
Yeah,
in
probably
Jersey
around
City.
there.
Right there
Okay.
in Jersey City. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm down there, and the sun was coming down. All of a sudden, you start seeing shadows moving,
Mm-hmm.
and the sun was coming down real fast because there's a theater, with other, you know, traffic and all around. But then you see the shadows. You see folks coming out. That was the beginning of the crack epidemic.
Yeah.
I didn't hide or run. I showed my son.
Yeah.
Do you see what this is?
I used to ride that
Those are
path train.
trees.
I know
The
exactly
new
what
one,
you're talking about.
Brick City. Okay.
I know
So
exactly what you're talking about.
what I did was I showed them what people find ugly, because that's us. Those are our folks.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we're at the same level, or
No.
whatever,
I
but
got you.
I'm not turning my back on my brother just because he's got that moment. But I also show, and I want my son to survive. So I showed him this one over here that's leaning. He's on heroin. That's so now today, it's the same thing. If you understand what I'm saying, it's just that we have social
No,
media
I
that gives
truly,
us the information, it gives us the news faster.
yeah, I truly understand what you're saying.
Funny thing, you said something about far as heroin. Now, I ain't gonna say I ain't no dummy, but at the same time, I just never knew, and I guess it comes back to knowing your history about. But what was the name of the movie? What was the name of the movie that Denzel Washington played, and he was it American Gangster?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
George,
truly, until I saw that movie, never knew that many black people were on heroin in those days.
what the heck? Are you serious?
I'm being transparent. I'm being straight transparent. I really did.
Wow.
I actually looked at this because I'm like, but then you think about exposure. I didn't. My mom didn't do this around me, or this, or you know what I'm saying. So I didn't know. But when I saw that movie, and I told someone, I was like, well, I didn't know that many black people was on heroin back then.
Do you remember?
I'm just being honest with you guys. I mean,
Yeah. Do you remember when I asked you about knowing people from the Vietnam War?
but I remember you
And
asked
you
me that.
said you weren't that old. What do you? A lot of them came back addicted.
Mm.
That's where it comes. That's what time. That's what the message was. That's what when people talk about, oh, you're leaving Afghanistan. Where the heck do you think those poppies are from? Notice how many of those white folks say, oh, I don't want to leave. What do you mean you don't want to leave? You're doing business.
Personal history, I can tell
We
you.
gotta talk about these things.
My brother,
It's gotta make sense.
I have a brother who's now deceased, district,
God bless him.
who Vietnam vet, and got addicted while he was over there.
Yeah.
and he remained addicted until his demise. It had a traumatic effect because he had kids.
Mm-hmm.
Traumatic effect. It's heavy.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm just being totally honest with you guys. I really didn't know. I mean, until I saw that movie. But then as I saw the movie, it made me go back to research it even more because I didn't know. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Now, I know when crack cocaine hit, I mean, when crack hit the scene, which in the 80s, I think it was in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was in the 80s.
Huh?
It was in the 80s.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was in the 80s. So I do remember that, and I'm like, wow, man. I'm like, I think that's why I never chose to sell drugs. You know what I mean? I had the resources to do it, but I'm like, man, if it make a person do this, I don't want to hurt nobody. You know what I mean? I could see giving someone something that they're willing to sell everything or even give up their children for it. You know what I mean? Like, wow, like it blew my mind.
I had and this is that we're all talking positive because we have to talk about what happened in the past. But I had an old player explain to me, and he used to hustle women. And he explained to me that the crack epidemic destroyed the prostitution business because the women didn't want to work once they were addicted to it. That was the complaint on the streets. The numbers games, all those side hustles, because of the crack epidemic, everything fell. The liquor stores, if you notice, they stopped. That's how powerful that drug was. And people became addicted to crack thinking they're smoking marijuana. A lot of people didn't even know.
What they call them, primos or whatever the case may be, what they call them, where they lace it with crack?
I can tell you
I don't know.
from growing up in the Bronx in the 80s,
Mhm.
when the crack epidemic hit, went from beginning to I mean, the misery that it caused, it was traumatic in a whole bunch of people's lives. If there is not a person that I could think of that I know growing up in the Bronx that was not affected by the epidemic as it hit. It was unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable. I remember going into a crack house not knowing it was a crack house.
Yep.
Like, that smell. Man, why y'all all just laying around over here? I'm dumb, What is wrong with y'all?
Yep. You know? He's right.
I had no idea.
Right.
No idea.
But the most amazing thing that I saw when I saw this guy, man, I worked for the transit system, and I used to go do bus stops. And when I started seeing like crack pipes and Stricky, I know y'all experienced that being being out there in the field, that at the bus stops, and you'd be like, wait a minute, I mean, they just sit at the bus stop smoking?
Yep.
And then I saw this brother, and when you start talking about destroying people's lives, this guy I was talking to, older gentleman, whatever, and every time, regardless of who he was, I never judged a person on what their life entailed, or what they went through in their life, or what they're going through. So I would hold a conversation with this guy while I was doing. He's, hey man, you have this. I'm like, yeah, man, here's a trash bag. Here, I got some lunch, whatever. I would just offer it to him just because. And for some reason, when I spoke with this guy, but you could tell he had a story behind it. And so gradually I saw him one day, and then the next day I saw him, and then it was a couple of days I didn't see him, then I saw him another day. So one day we just ended up sparking a conversation. This guy was one of the most intelligent people I have ever spoke with. And I'm not just giving him props because he said a couple of big words. It's things that he knew about that even though that he's out on the street, he kept up with. And this brother told me his story. He was like, yeah, man. He said, I was out. I was in the corporate world. And when I was in this corporate world, you know, I started, you know, being around different type of people. But then they was like, well, you want to be, you know, you want to be in the in crowd, you want to be with the other, and how about you try this drug? Well, the drug was crack cocaine. And he said he found himself more and more and more, you know, like first he did it and it was like he felt a certain type of way, you know, like, okay, it made him feel different. But then he found his body craving it. So when he craved it, and then basically it went on to the same people that introduced it to him basically threw him under the bus because it was going to either be them or him. And of course it was him. With that being said, he not only lost his job, his career, but he also lost his family. And he said he had been on the street for like 5 years. And I'm sitting there like, wow, man. And he's like, but at that time, remember, Strick, when I was doing it, I was still younger.
Yeah.
And he said, young brother, don't ever let nobody introduce you to anything that can consume you. And I thought that was powerful. And that brother, and matter of fact, when I would see him, and he just called me one day and he was like, man, I want to thank you for even listening. He said, because, you know, I was thinking about just walking in the middle of the street and just killing myself. Because he said, I wouldn't worth anything. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I don't give myself the glory. But at the same time, that's what, to make that statement, I'm saying that to say this. Sometimes we have to just listen. Listen. It don't take much. Listen to that person. Listen to their cry. Some of us, you know, we have our life going on and we have things going on in our own lives. But that person must have it worse than you do. You know, so that now that I see people, I've never judged a person, but I really don't judge anyone because there are people here. Like I told Erica, me and my wife was talking, and I said, it blew my mind that there are more homeless people when you don't have homeless animals. What's wrong with that picture? I have seen 1 stray to 2 stray dogs in the 7 years that I've been here. But I've seen many homeless people. I don't understand that. I mean, it's hurtful and it bothers me that because like you said, Sir Miguel said, I felt that I want to help everyone. And we know it's not possible that you can help everyone because not everybody that you give something to or say something to going to receive what you have to give. And some things is just value in your words. Hello? What happened?
That's powerful.
Y'all in the trance, boy. Don't stop. Go ahead.
No, but I'm just saying that it's amazing that you can see how that so many people are suffering due to alcoholism, drug addictions, hell, just any kind of addiction, really. You know, now here, I didn't notice nothing about when I got here that such pill addiction is real big here. You know, and I was like, wait a minute. But people, and when it goes back to what Strick was saying about destroying lives, man, you don't realize that something that can control you so much where you want it more than you want a family. You want it more than you want a lifestyle. It don't even have to be a rich lifestyle, but just a lifestyle. Something that you can live with a definitely a roof over your head or a meal to eat.
It is an illness.
It is.
I mean, people may have said it was a choice, but it is an illness. It's an illness.
But it really is. But you know what? But it in some part, and because of my compassion, it hurts me sometimes, man, when I see people that, you know, I don't know their story. That's what I'm saying. I can't judge a person on because they look a certain. My wife, perfect example. She was at work, and a gentleman was sitting inside the building, and it seemed like he was a little intoxicated. Now, I would advise her to approach this gentleman, but she felt comfort in approaching him because she didn't want to judge. And when she spoke to the gentleman with such kindness, hey, look, but you had people come around not knowing this man's story, not knowing what he's going through. And, oh, you have someone out there. He's just sitting out there. Why is he sitting out there? I ain't paying my money for this hotel and you're not going to blah, 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 on and on and on. But there again, the loss of compassion. Did you take one time? And I understand the way times are right now. You have to be careful. I get it. But it's sometimes you could just say, do you have to frown upon someone because they look different? They smell different? They're probably not as, in a certain position like you are, because as far as you can do, as far as you can see, we could have it one day and lose it the next. So going back to her story, that it was like she spoke to the guy and another guy was irritating the guy. Like, I just don't see why he's here, and on and on and on, just irritating the man. But he kept his focus on my wife and said, you know what? I thank you for being so kind. I thank you for being so compassionate and understanding. You see what I'm saying? And that spoke volume to that man, because who knows where that man's mind was going to go if someone hadn't spoke to him or even gave him, showing him compassion, showing him kindness. You know what I'm saying? So some of us, we have to show that kindness instead of always, and I'm not saying none of us, but I'm just saying people are so judgmental. Why do we have to be so judgmental on every situation because someone looks different? Since we want to go Black history, we already got a stigma on us anyway as Black people. So now you're going to go and judge another man because why? He looks different? Because his clothes is dirty? I mean, you don't know what his story is, where he been. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I guess that's the passion I have, because it's like, I know it's just, I'm not saying I'm not fearful, because they say I fear no man. But at the same time, sometimes it's when a discernment comes to me to speak to someone, I speak, regardless of the way they look. You know what I mean? I hate to see people in the rain and it's cold and cool and they soaking wet. Man, me and Erica then went one day and I gave someone a coat. Oh, I'm not trying to get no accolades, but I gave someone a coat off my back because I had the resources to get another.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
But that comes with compassion. That's what I was brought up on by my mother and my father. My father was more of a hard, alpha male, as Strick say. But you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, he still had that compassion. Go ahead.
Sorry. Before you go a little further, what I was going to say is, when we started talking about how to help the children, what you just said, this is what I try to do. I think Sir Miguel, because I speak with him, I think that's what he tries to do as well. We try to show the youth. Like you said, you learned from your father. I learned from my father. Yes, I've seen my father give the coat. Yes, I give off the coat. And you're down yonder. And I'm happy that it spreads. He's on the West Coast. It spreads. Look at us, the 3 points. Okay? West, South, East. We're sharing compassion. We have compassion for our brother man. And we're giving the coat off our back. To make someone else feel comfortable. And we have to let the children see it. They'll get it. Don't worry. They'll get it. Our kids will get it. And I have hope, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Because you guys are talking.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, go ahead, Liz. I'm sorry.
I have this thing. And Brother Strick, you from New York, when a man stops speaking, that's when you have problems. Let that man talk. Let him keep speaking for whatever situation is. But once you men stop speaking, there's problems. And I feel your passion. God bless Erica.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where I see, you know, and I think because of the compassion, it built me to be the person I am and to be a better husband. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, I noticed relationships when it came to certain parts of relationships that one or the other be between each other and they don't want to listen to the other due to I'm tired. I talk about it later. But why not talk about it now? You know, and I understand.
Because I don't wanna. Wait a minute. So I don't, because I don't wanna.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not in the
when a person cry out, you have to listen.
Well,
And
wait a
I'm not
minute.
saying what you have to do or you must do, but what I'm saying is because, okay, I guess men are more receptive to a lot of situations because some, and let me say this, let me reiterate that to every lady in here. Some, let me say that one more time. Some women, you know, feel that men shouldn't, you know, we don't have a right to complain. Some. And I was in one of those relationships. Well, how you complaining about this and how you complaining about that? But wait a minute. You know, I am human, regardless if I'm man or not. But then this, I believe where we are put in the place of a man, we pose a, you know, we definitely endure, but we also are human beings. You can't expect us not to feel or have emotions. It doesn't make us less than a man because we have emotion. I'm not saying that, you know, everything you say is sensible or what. Why you say it like that? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not that, but it's the point of we want somebody to be receptive of what we state to them if we have an issue. But if I can't come to my significant other with something I have, then now we need to reevaluate. That's just my opinion.
Well, my question again. All right, if you want to go to if you're discussing male-female relationship, what's
Okay.
wrong with, I mean, you want to talk. She doesn't want to talk at that moment. What do you do? Now, he wants to talk or she wants to talk. He doesn't want to listen. What does she do? I'll tell you what I do. I choose my time. I choose the time. When the time is right, I have to learn. I have to watch. I have to judge. Okay? There is no such thing as a battle. There's nothing to battle about. When the time comes, everything will come out. It'll be the better time. But just let it go.
Hey, Leslie, excuse me. Let me cut you off real quick, and I'm sorry. So let
No,
me.
sorry.
No. I'm finna say this. I'm finna like Strick. Now, Strick, that me and Leslie be having these conversations now. So I mean, it's not like we debating, but I'm just saying we didn't have those conversations. So I'm just letting them know, you know, the background between us. But go ahead, Leslie.
He's funny. Strick, Strick ain't scared. What I'm saying is I'm listening to what you're saying, but I want to give you. I'm just playing the devil's advocate because there are times that I might want to talk, but he doesn't want to talk. He's not wrong, and I'm not wrong. When you respect somebody, you know how you have all the time. If you understand what I'm saying, you don't have. I think sometimes relationships mess up because she wants to talk right now. You better listen because she's got something to say, and he's got serious, real, what he thinks are real serious things for the benefit of the whole family, not only his family in the house, but his mother, and the cousins or the sisters and her children. He might have that in his mind. And all she wants to know is what he wants to eat. Does he want gravy over his rice? And he didn't answer on time. Do you want dark gravy? You want white gravy? You want biscuits? She's asking these questions, but he doesn't want to talk. What do you do?
Okay.
Sometimes it happens. Little things like that.
Well, okay, so Leslie, you know us, we gonna go. Okay, and like I said, this ain't negative. We're having a discussion.
Yeah.
My perception of the situation is, and the reason that I stated that to you about listening when I said that, because listening to a person because, okay, hypothetical, okay, you talk to that your significant other, your male or female, either way, they had a rough day, okay. It's something that they want to speak about, okay. Now, it can be a breaking point in their lives. Just that one situation, or they at the end of whatever they're going through. So now you say, "Oh, now is not a good time to talk about it." But now, God forbid, that person go off. I'm going to run to the store, go in there, and something happens. Unfortunately. So now, how do you feel because you didn't listen to that person? How do you feel about that point because you didn't feel like talking at that moment?
I'm okay. If you're asking me, I'm more of this way. I would rather, like what Sir Miguel says, raw, be true to what be true. If she's gonna be who she is for that moment, you can't falter. And if maybe that conversation could have waited a little bit, unfortunately something happened on the way to the store, but she was true to who she was.
Okay, I'm listening, Leslie. I'm not debating what you're saying, but I'm listening.
No, sometimes people get stuck and they can't speak for that at that moment. Like when you want to have a conversation and maybe the other side, the partner can't have a conversation or doesn't want to, they get stuck. Everybody's an individual, even though they try to be a couple. That's the beauty of marriage. That's the beauty of partnership. That you just kind of like just mold and mesh and just try to go with the flow. To the next time without putting pressure, that extra pressure on a person.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm not cutting.
Notice I didn't say love.
Okay, Casey, would you I just want to hear another woman's viewpoint. Ask whomever want to come up here, please. I'm not, and I'm not saying you're not saying anything, Leslie. You're not saying anything wrong, but I'd like to hear it from both women aspect versus, because I could say my thing and believe this just me and you. Strick ain't said nothing. Nobody else said nothing. So I'm just saying, but the reason that I guess
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm with Leslie. So I want to hear a different point of view, but I'm with Leslie at this point. Maybe it's our northeastern nature, but
okay. Here goes the thing. Let me use a sort of a different. I'm gonna use an analogy. Okay. Now, when we have a relationship, or in a marriage or a relationship, and this is only my opinion. I ain't no relationship therapist or nothing, but I'm just saying. And everybody should have the same specific foundation. Everybody's foundation is the same. It's just like when they build a house, pretty much every foundation is the same. You have this part over here, you have the slab, you have this. Now, when you start building, what if Strick got a room over here, but I want this over here, or Leslie got a bonus room over here, but I want this type of room. The point I'm making is when you can start the same foundation, but at some point there's going to be differences. So that means what I'm saying that to say this because my relationship of how I adapt in my relationship might be different from Leslie's and Strick. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going on the way my relationship has dealt with when I hear my wife's cry. You get what I'm saying? So I can only base it on myself. So I'm not saying there's no right and wrong answer with this because everybody has their own way of in their relationship. You see what I'm saying? Some people are more acceptable to some things than others. Just like Leslie, just like Casey said, she stayed in an unhealthy relationship because of their addictions. So with she dealt with and was able to handle, I might not could have handled it. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I guess that's why I'm saying about the relationship. I'm like I said, what I'm saying is not, I'm always saying it's right, but I'm basing it off my relationship. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell you or Strick, well, this is the way it should be, because I can't possibly say that, because again, we goes back to the same foundation. But when you start building, you're gonna want something different in your homes. You see what I'm saying? So I can't base it on that, but I'm only basing it on my relationship. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I said hearing her cry or hear his cry. So me personally, we in the last year, like maybe about the last year, we both had problems. We had deaths in the family. You know what I'm saying? Well, she asked me when her dad passed away, well, how did you deal with your dad's death? I'm like, everybody deal with death of their loved ones in their own way. I can't tell you how you should interact or how you should feel about how you grieve. You see what I'm saying? So that's the same thing I would feel in a relationship, in life in general. You know what I mean? So we have to. So that's what I'm saying, Liz. And like I said, I'm not debating what you're saying, but I'm only going on again on what I do as far as my marriage. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the only reason I'm saying. And like I said, I'm not. And again, I don't want you. I'm not debating you on anything. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just going on with. And when I said it, and if I cut you off and said, "Oh well, no, it's the way," but I'm just going on me and Erica's relationship. You get what I'm saying?
No, I think it's great that, that you and Erica, like I said, a lot of people, they look for that kind of relationship that you and Erica share, where the two of you are like, you're well suited for one another, in my opinion, and I enjoy that. But I've grown to know that there are an awful lot of relationships that really work. And I use the example, like when we talk about the 42nd Street and the drug places, when people used to do drugs openly on the streets, you see couples. I'm talking about husband and wife. They're on the street. They're either drinking or they're drugging. And guess what? They might be fighting like cats and dogs on the street. But don't you dare lift your hand and hit that man.
Yeah, you better
He'll
not.
be on you. That's a power couple.
Oh, absolutely.
That's real love. A lot of times, people have different reasons for being on drugs and getting off drugs. I've seen a lot of people, clean themselves up, get off of drugs, and they're doing okay. They're you'd be surprised, what roles they play in society, and but I don't discount different types of people and their relationships, because like you're talking about the foundation in the room. Well, how about this? Let's share a room. I don't know. I'm kind of like I don't want to say free spirit, but it's like when you see so much hurt in society, in the community, I'm not worried about a room. I'm not worried about how much money you have in your pocket or in the bank. Did Herman Cain, the politician, okay, the one who was running for president, the black man that was a friend of Donald Trump. Did that money save him from COVID? It didn't. So there's certain things that as I grew older don't oppress me anymore. The person, like what you're saying, Shaq, it's the human being. The basic human being, that is the most precious thing that we can all experience. And the conversation that we're having right now I think is really powerful, because you can't talk about helping the youth, helping places like you're talking about Chicago or the streets of New York City or Philadelphia, Los Angeles, whatever. You can't help the people if you don't know, if we don't talk about how they got to where they're at.
Mm. Mhm.
And we have to talk about like what Strick started saying. How, you know, your children know everything. My children know everything also.
Mine also.
Okay. But when I started listening, I'm talking not hearing, but listening to why, if they were able to articulate their rationale to me, the mother, with my one eyebrow raised, because that's famous in the family, you know, the raised eyebrow, like, okay, be careful, all right, that kind of thing. If they were able to really articulate their position to me, they got that. And I knew I did my job. And then the conversation would grow because that's my way of training them or teaching them or making sure that when I'm no longer here, they can handle it. That's our job, Shaq. That's our job for the youth. That's our job for you're a good neighbor. You say you're a good husband to Erica and Erica's a good wife to you. You're a good neighbor, in my opinion. And so is Mr. Strick and whoever else is on the panel in the chat room because we care. And we're not trying to pretend we don't see the ugliness of humanity. We acknowledge it and we try to fix it, you know, not fix it, but help it along as much as we can.
Yeah, but you know the craziest thing that I've seen, and I had this conversation when D was on there. I seen some people base. Okay, just say, just hypothetically, like say for instance you have a room full of women, and a woman states to her counterparts or her friends or sisters, whatever, you know, my husband do this, my husband do that, my husband do this, my husband do that, my husband do this. Oh, he does that, he does this, he does that, on so on and so on. Well, here goes the thing. Now, some women will take that what she stated about what her husband does for her, and take that home, the opposite of what the woman stated. I mean, you know, like the other woman, and say, well, you know, well, Susan said her husband do this and her husband do that. Why you don't do that? Why you don't do that? So they're basing it off of other people's relationship. Who's to say that she's just saying it to be saying it, or vice versa with a man? Oh, my wife cooks for me. She give me my slippers. She does this. She does that. Whatever. Then the man come. Well, 9 times 10, probably the man ain't gonna come home and tell his wife that. I mean, I'm just be honest with you, but women might say it to their men, but I don't know about men unless he just that bold and say, well, Susan does this for her husband and that husband. You get what I'm saying? So, and I'm saying that to say this, that some people can't base my relationship or your relationship or Strick relationship or anyone else's relationship on one another. You know what I'm saying? Because you start setting, even though that you're supposed to set your expectations, you know, in your relationship. I would think that, you know what I mean, you should have some kind of expectations. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think if you didn't have some expectations, you wouldn't have been at the altar saying I do.
I don't know what you mean by expectations.
Meaning, there again, say if the man didn't do it from the beginning, now you expect him to do it, or the woman didn't do it from the beginning, now you expect her to do it. So basically, like you're setting expectation because you heard someone else say it. Oh, well, he does this, but he wasn't doing it from the beginning, or she wasn't doing it from the beginning.
Well, what is that fair?
No, I'm not agreeing with it. No, I'm not agreeing with it by far. But I'm stating to you, this is what I have not only have. I'm talking about it, but it's something that I seen, I've heard, I've talked with other couples, or I talk with a man or a woman about that, and they start saying, well, I should be getting this or I should be getting that. No, it's not fair at all, because there again, that's why I stated and said that it's no way that, you know, they weren't doing it for before. Why would you set those expectations after you say I do? If they were doing it before, why would you? What make you think they're gonna do it after you get further into a marriage? Now, not saying people can't change now.
Yeah, but I would rather, like, you know, I'm sure. Let me ask you something, Mr. Shaq. Okay. Isn't there a time when Erica said, she can kind of like you ask yourself, how does she make me get up, go to the store and get this? And I really want, and it's cold outside. Can't she kind of convince you to just go there and get that? I need a half a gallon of milk.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
And you
she had
and then you
many
say,
times.
and you
Many
like
times.
say, "Dad, gone, she tricked me again," right?
Right, of course. Well,
Wait a minute. No, but wait. No, the reason why I'm saying that is because that's that's a power couple there. Because she didn't yell at you, she didn't berate you or of some kind, or shame you or whatever, or trick you. She just used her feeling, the way she knows you, and you responded. But it was the right time. You know what I'm saying? She did it at the right time. She chose the right time to do that.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. Now,
I
if
can
you
agree
were
with that.
watching your Super Bowl Sunday, look, Shaq, I need a can of milk because I'm making this. Were you going to stop that show? The soup, you're down to the last quarter, and your team's got the ball going for the field goal.
Now I'm gonna say,
Are you
now
going to the
ain't the
store
time.
right then?
That's what I'm gonna say. It ain't the time.
Exactly.
No,
But
I'm
the
just
thing of it
messing with
is,
you. No, I'm
the
just
thing of it
joking.
is, right. But the thing of it is, Erica, she's learning you. You 14 years, she's learning you. And she learned the right time, respectfully and lovingly. She learned the right time to open her mouth to ask you to go to the corner store just for a hot minute, get a can of milk.
Okay,
And you did it. And you did it because you know,
would
what?
there be sort of a compromise though?
No,
It's not
that's
a compromise.
no. It's just that means you're just blending. The two of you are blending, and that's the beauty. If you want to call that, it's not love because love is, I don't know, it goes up, down, whatever, hot, cold, but that's a soul.
I'm gonna say this. And again, I'm not disagreeing with you in any way though, because like I
I'm
said,
complimenting you.
no. Well, I appreciate it definitely, but what I've seen for one, I think people been together can be together. I'm gonna use a perfect example. My ex-wife.
Uh-oh.
Now,
We
as
gotta
far
have her on as wait. We're gonna have to have her on as a guest now. Come on.
who? Oh Lord Jesus, please no.
Well,
Anyway,
we'll get another moderator. How
yeah,
about that, Mr. Strick?
we need about 3 or 4 of them for her. But anyway, but it's like you remember when we spoke about this, and I told you, I said when we were 10 years in, and she stated to me, "Teach me how to love." So I thought love would have brought us to the altar to kind of what you were saying about far as love go up and down and all this other stuff. I get it, but then you have one that loves more than the other, and sometimes see, people think it's always the woman putting her all into the relationship and trying to bring it together, but at times there are men that also keep that relationship together. You know what I'm saying? I know people that has done it, but then we tend to say, but if you they're not reciprocating on what you're giving. Now you're doubting and coming back to yourself and saying, well, maybe I shouldn't have let myself get that far, because some men have been to the point where they are putting their all into this because they love this woman. They cherish this woman. They put this woman on a pedestal. But some women are not taking it, they're taking it for granted. You know what I'm saying? So, and like you said, when you start saying unfairly, that's unfair. You see
What's
what I'm
unfair?
saying?
Well, no, what's unfair? That he put her on a pedestal?
No. But that you're, because honestly, how would you feel as a woman? You're putting your all into this relationship,
Mhm.
right? I mean, you're putting your, I mean, you going in feet first. You get what I'm saying? And this man, he's not reciprocating what you're giving. Say, for instance, you are that woman that brings him his cook his food. What you are that woman that bring him his slippers. You know, when he asks you, well, baby, can you give me this? Can you give me that? You jump at the moment, not because you have to, because you want to, because you're doing everything that that man wants, because that's what you feel as you love him. But on the flip side, what happens when the man do it? And the man is doing this and catering to that to that woman, and it's nothing wrong with put on a pedestal, but there again, men still want to be reciprocated. They want a woman to reciprocate and give out. It's not, you're never can say we can equally do the same thing, but at the same time, at least show me appreciation. Because see, I'm gonna say some women, and I'm not, and I always put that in some get this misconstrued to say that men don't need much. We probably don't need it to a certain extent, but at the same token, we still want to be loved. We still want to be appreciated at the end of the day. If you don't say, you know, because I've seen couples where they won't tell their significant, oh, you look handsome today, or you look beautiful today. But they have to worry about, and that's why they wonder when they go out and some women seek attention, or even men. When another woman can tell a man he's handsome, but his own wife or his own girlfriend won't tell him, or vice versa. If a man never tell his wife that she's beautiful at some time, just because, not because it's her birthday, not because it's anniversary, but when she is just because.
Okay. Did she ever ask him to tell her that that she's beautiful?
Oh, Leslie, wait a minute now. What? Okay.
No,
No, finish.
I'm serious.
Okay, finish.
I'm being serious. Or did he need that? Because you know what harm would it do for me to tell my guy, "Ooh, golly, you look good in that suit. I like that color on you." In the meantime, I'm wearing this that old, black outfit, and I'm looking just as good. I don't, when you're a couple, you have to be secure. Like, you give him the compliment, he eats it up. That's what he needs. Do you need that? Because if two people are needy, I don't know why they're going to be together.
But
Just because you like this doesn't mean I like that.
I get it. But what I'm saying, okay, I'm gonna give you a perfect example.
I'm playing the devil's advocate. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm checking you. I'm checking you out, Liz. I'm checking you out. And I see you. But here goes the thing. Now, my wife, like some women like flowers. My wife don't like flowers.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So
how'd you find out? Wait. How'd you find out?
Oh, I knew it because she told me a long time. But she was like, it was something that went on, but I paid attention to her. And I know one time I brought her flowers. She took them in. She appreciated it. But at the same time, I can tell she really didn't like it. Now, when I went and got her a bear, she was ecstatic.
There you go.
See, so now, but that comes from paying attention to who you're with.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So
that's what I'm saying.
Right? No. But what I'm saying, it's not a point about have to, because now you're coming to what should be what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for?
Obligation.
Well, obligated to basically to tell that person they're beautiful, or tell that man he's handsome. But I'm speaking on just because when I view my wife as always, to regardless of whoever else I view her as beauty. My wife, my significant other, my friend, my lover, my everything.
Your
You see what I'm saying?
Your
You know what I'm saying?
Half.
right? You know, as they said, my rib. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
But so that means if I do state to her, hey, baby, you're beautiful. I'm not obligated to tell her that. It's just the feeling that I wanted to do that. You see what I'm saying? So there again, it's not an obligation, of course not. But it's still this something that at some point that men, you know what I'm saying? Not saying it's you're obligated or you have to do it, but guess what? It don't feel it ain't nothing. I'll put like that. There's no right and wrong answer when it comes to that. It ain't like you have to do it, you don't have to do it. I don't require her to tell me anything about how I look. Now, I don't require her, but if I look like a hot mess, I want to say, baby,
Oh yeah.
what you looking like? Oh, whoa, wait a minute. You know
So
what I mean?
wait a minute.
Huh?
Now I used to. Now this is how I grew up. Maybe this is how I'm thinking. Okay, you know, I grew up with when it was time for my father to go to work. My mother didn't work. My father did. He worked. My father went to work. My mother laid out his suit, shirt, tie, vitamins, and with a glass of water, got it ready. All he had to do wash up, put his clothes on, you know, kiss a goodbye, and he went to work. He was the head of the household. He was the breadwinner. He was bringing in. Now, that's love. I don't know whether if they were angry, had words or whatever, but it was done like that. I think if you're talking about relationships, marriage evolves. That same couple that don't like one another or they have issues, they grow old. One becomes sick, and the one who was given the problem is the one that takes care of that sick person and is doing it well. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I've seen that. That's just all I'm saying. I've seen that.
No, and I agree, but I'm just
And it's real love.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm just giving you scenarios that what I've viewed. I spoke to people about different things because you know people be asking me, well, how do you do this? Now, I came from a broken marriage to I would say a great marriage right now. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Nobody's perfect in no way, no form, fashion, or nothing. But I think that we have built the type of relationship that, for one, it doesn't require you know how you first start dating, you know, you gotta, you know, try to make that person feel good, and you gotta do certain type of things in order to make them feel better, or however you want to put it. But as the relationship grows, then when you become the strength of your relationship, like I said, some reason some people fall short because of financial reasons, because one good with money and the other one's not. Some fall because of you know, maybe I don't like you going to the club. Well, at some point, I think you should want to give the clubs up at some point, because you're now with somebody. Because are you going to get? Because I think when we got together and I feel like I want to go to the club, or if that's what I wanted to do when we got together, guess what? We're gonna go together. I don't need to go without her. You know, I've heard people say, "Oh man, I need time away from my spouse." Well, it's a way that I can spread and I can be separate or give that person that time. Like just say, for instance, Erica's in us, you know, she's laying down or she in the room. I might go on the patio. Okay, you got your time, I got my time. But I'm like I said, it don't require, like some people say, oh, I need my space. Well, in our case, we don't need space like that.
Well, no, you're right. You don't need space. But how about there are some couples that some women, they want to go out and some some husbands don't have a problem with it, or the husbands go out and the wives don't have a problem, because when the man is away, you have so much to do. There's so much to do, and then when you get back together, it's good.
No, and I would agree though. I'm saying, Leslie, that's a great point. But what I'm saying is that, now don't get it wrong. I'm not saying that she can't go if she wanted to. If she chose to,
No,
I
no,
have
I'm not. Now, see, you talking about Erica. I'm not talking about anybody in particular. We're just talking general. Yeah, don't put no.
no. I
Not,
mean, I'm just
We say
I'm
he was
just giving you my perception of when it comes to that. No, I'm not saying okay, we're not going to even involve Erica, but I'm just thinking if I was with somebody, I wouldn't have no problem because some people don't want you to go places because of insecurities.
well, no. See, all right. I'll tell you. Maybe I want to go to a museum. He doesn't like museums. I'll go. I'll go either with the friends or whatever, or not. All right, we'll meet for. I'll meet you back home. I'll meet you. Meet me at the restaurant or whatever. Or listen, I gotta take a flight such and such a place. Nah, I don't want. Go ahead. You and the guys go ahead. Whatever. What's wrong with that?
But okay, Leslie, I get it. I get it, and that might be you might like you said you okay with that. But what I'm saying, but what's wrong with compromise? It can't always be your way. It always can't be my way. At some point, we got to meet in the middle.
No, I don't stand. I don't stand where you have to compromise because I don't. I'm not understanding.
Okay, so stating. Okay, so if you say you like museums,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and we get it. Opposites attract, right? Everybody have their own likes and dislikes.
Mm-hmm.
But when you become as one, and this is my opinion, when you become as one, some things that you like, I should like. Something, and not saying love, but when I say I compromise. Say, for instance, I remember at one point in time, she liked to watch Love and Hip Hop. I despised it because I thought it was stupid. I really did. But I would sit up there and watch it, even though I don't like it. But I never sat there and frowned and keep doing all that because that lets you know definitely I don't want to be there and I don't want to watch it. But I compromised with her because that's what she wanted to watch. Now she stopped watching it. You know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. I like to watch basketball. Erica don't like basketball far as she probably couldn't tell you. She probably said they do a field goal in a goddamn basketball. I mean, she knows the game somewhat, but you get what I'm saying. What's a 3-pointer? What's traveling? What's the, you know what I'm saying? She probably would sit there and watch it with me. So that's why I said it goes back to compromise. You see what I'm saying? So if your likes don't have to necessarily become all of my likes, but at some point, I mean, wouldn't you like to have that your person that you with and love to go with you sometimes instead of you always going by yourself? Because sometimes, now let me tell you, I'm not saying in all instances, but sometimes that can open up a can of worms. Reason I say that is maybe not with yourself, but it can open up a can of worms because why? Because you're going to have Don Juan, the sweetness, slide over and say, well, you know what, Leslie, I always see you. Hey, what's your name? Get to have a conversation. And, because the person you are, you probably had that conversation. It ain't no flirting or nothing, but I just noticed that you always in here by yourself. Now, you being a strong woman, a strong-minded woman, and knowing who you love or care for, you know what I'm saying? But what about that weak woman? What about that vulnerable woman? Maybe because she didn't went to the museum 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times by herself, and this man is like a predator. Not saying a predator per se, but guess what? He notices that you're always in here by yourself. Now, what did he do? Because men could be suave. Men walk up to you and say, "Hey, Leslie, I noticed. Hey, how you doing? I'm Roger. I mean, I'm Shaq in yourself, or I'm Leslie. We'll hold a conversation. Well, I just noticed that you're always in here by yourself. Yeah, I mean, my husband don't really like museums. But see, I mean, why you don't like museums? He should be coming in here with you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, I mean, I'm not saying if you go 10 times, he should go at least 3 or 4, wouldn't you think? Well, yeah, maybe so. You know what I'm saying? But it's not his thing. But now he didn't constantly keep talking to you, Now here comes your vulnerability. Now your mind is wondering, damn, he should come with me. I'm not saying you're gonna go home and kick the door down and start an argument, but you know, you're gonna be, and then the next time you might say, well, baby, I want you to go to the museum with me. Oh, you know, I don't like no museums. See, that's where some people get set up.
Okay. Now, all that Don Juan story, do you think that man wouldn't know that there's a Don Juan at the museum? That adds spice to the marriage.
Oh
But
my God.
because she came home and she chose him.
Oh my God.
You bring the fantasy back home.
Well, there again, you're speaking with your mindset, but I'm speaking on that vulnerable woman, that vulnerable person that falls into that spider web. You know what I'm saying? And she's out there, you know, enjoying this, but this is what. But you know, you look over, and guess what? You can look at that art. You can look at that picture. You can read that biography or something like that, and you look over, and it's just you. Even though you might have that your alone time, I get it. But at the same time, you at some point you would want your other half to enjoy what you enjoy at some point. Because honestly, because it can't be a major separation all the time.
No, I'm not talking about a major separation where it counts. It counts. But the thing is, I'm not saying, you know, you know what I think the whole beauty of a relationship is when you have that trust, the trust that I could be who I am, go where I'd like to go, you know, at that moment. And then when I get back to this point, that person is there. Have that trust and everything's good. By the same token, I would like to think that that's what that person wants.
Well, you know what, Leslie? Here goes the thing.
Yes.
I wouldn't necessarily say if that man didn't, yeah, the trust is there because he lets you basically go by yourself. Okay. So that's not the problem about the trust. It's the point of you being okay, naturally and I ain't gonna say all women, but some, they're emotionally attached. You know what I mean? You work on a lot of things about emotion. You know what I'm saying? So again, if that you can say maybe the first 2 or 3 times you probably be Casey go get up here because see, I was about to say I love to hear another woman's view.
Yeah, I was telling her try to click on.
Yeah, let me drop the link again. Let me drop the link again.
Yeah,
I love this conversation. Oh boy, you know, Liz, you know how we go, boy. You know how we go.
Because I'm gonna, you know, because for me, I always believe you love somebody with your hands open. Just because you're gonna stay home, she's gonna be home, you're gonna be home, or you do the same thing. What was that old movie? The milkman always rings twice. There's gonna be a milkman, postman, whatever. If there's a will, if she's gonna cheat, she's gonna cheat. If he's gonna cheat, he's gonna cheat. The most important thing is you look in her eyes, she looks in your eyes, and if it's good, it's good. You can't live through your marriage worrying about if somebody's better than you or going to take her attention. No, what you've got, you've got.
I don't know. I'm
don't
sorry,
have to worry about it.
Casey, try to leave out and come in again because it's now it said device not something.
What is she using?
And it keeps saying that device not connected.
Yeah, because
they would need to connect their mic and forward before. Let me see what it says.
Yeah, to say allow.
Yeah, I'm hitting it, but I'm waiting for it to come in. But it's just the point of. Well, look, I ain't made this line to go there, but you know, Leslie, we get to talking, we'll be going, so you know.
Yeah, and Mr. Strick, he dropped off.
Yeah, I guess Strick got tired.
No, I think he got disconnected.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Maybe
Yeah,
Casey, see if you could try
it's
to do
not
it.
just it's not just this channel because I've been seeing other channels have problems.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I don't know. It might be something with StreamYard or something
Yep.
like that. I don't know what it is, but yeah, Leslie. I mean, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, that I'm just saying that you know, people become some people, and honestly, I'm not saying due to vulnerability you should go out there and do something wrong. That's not even something that I would even agree with, because that's not the answer to the question. Strick, you up here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying that people do become vulnerable and get tempted. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you, you know, women. I've seen women when they go out, they believe in preserving themselves. Women, real women, preserving themselves and being for their husband or their man or whatever. But men, not saying it's incorrectly, but we might just look. I don't know what is it. Hold on, I'm sorry, Liz. I don't know what it is, Casey. I don't know what device are you on? Are you on the on your phone or you on it? Because I don't know. Keep saying device not connected for some reason.
Maybe she's not clicking something right.
I don't know. Maybe try to come in. Look, we're gonna get it together one way, Casey. Some way.
Yeah, keep trying, Case. Try. Is she on?
Are you on a laptop or are you on a
Chrome?
phone?
Somebody said try to Chrome. Go to Chrome.
I know. I could not do it. I could not load up on my Mac unless I went to Chrome. Safari would not do it. There was you had to go through certain steps to get it done. So. Yeah. Oh,
okay. So that's why. So it was probably doing the same thing. It was saying device not connected or some shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because that's what happened with me when I was trying to transfer from my phone to the actual website.
Oh, I use Firefox.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It said Firefox, Chrome, or what have you. But if you're using like Safari or some other browser, it may not say. It might be the browser, basically.
Yeah, the browser might not be. Yeah, might be supported or something. Maybe I'm not sure. But
I want to hear what Mr. Strick has to say. I mean, do you see what my point is? Because I might not want to do some of the things that my guy wants to do. He might not want to do what I want to do. But we meet. You know, we come back to the main.
You meet in the middle.
Yeah,
you meet in the middle.
I'll meet you back at the corral.
Yeah, it's about compromise. It's an individual thing. You know,
what is say that again, straight?
It's about compromise. It's an individual thing.
Right.
You know, and recognize the relationship that you're in. You know.
Now, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I said I will say, if I thought going to the museum too often would cause him a problem because his meals aren't on time, or if I'm late or whatever, I would adjust it.
See, but you know what? You're talking from the traditional side. I have not been in a relationship of the traditional sort in many years, because women are different nowadays. Yeah. I'm sorry. I mean, there is a look. I don't want you to get your knife out, but you know, look. There's nothing wrong with women's living. I believe that we are equal in people, but we all have our place. And it's not to say that a woman should or shouldn't. It's just that when you break that structure, that foundation down, and right now the foundation is terribly distorted. Women tend to want to be the man and take control of the situation, but that's society also. Society has kind of dictated that, you know, strong black woman, single mom, you know, when in fact those single moms had uncles, brothers, grandfathers. There were men around. Let's not ignore that those people were around. And I think that it's stifled some people because they believe I can do this by myself. Yeah, you can. Just like we can, but it won't be done correctly. As a single parent, as a single father, I can tell you I didn't do it correctly by myself. I can tell you. I know I did. There were things that they missed, they lost, whether it be emotional, spiritual, what have you, but there were things that they missed that they should not have missed because I was by myself and thought I could do it by myself. But you can't tell some, sisters that because it's like, oh no, I've done it. No. You raised. You didn't complete it. It's a very tricky thing.
You did a good job. You did a good job.
No, I did a job. There were things that they missed and they were denied because I was by myself and I did not have that balance.
No. So said you. What happens when the father is away most of the time and the woman has to hold it down?
But there's a balance because the father's away, but he'll be back. I'm gonna tell dad.
Not when they need it.
Maybe not.
Okay, come on now. No, I'm not taking that away from you. You did a good job because not many men stick around to do that raising, to wipe those tears, or to give them a backbone. That's what a lot of these the youngsters are missing, and they would want that.
Hey, excuse me. Hey, y'all hold it down for a second. I gotta go take the dog out because she's telling me she gotta go. Y'all hold it down.
We
got you. We got you.
Yeah. No, I think you did a great job. The fact that
no, don't get me wrong. I'm not denying the fact of my presence because I fought for custody of my kids. My desire was to be there for them. What I'm saying is that essentially when you are not a biologically intact family, man, woman, child, or man, woman, children, they deny or they miss out on so much, whether it be spiritual or emotional, because what happens is that the kids are neglected in regards to that emotional support that they need. They need that balance. And even no matter how much no matter how hard you try, you cannot do what I do as a man, and nor can I do what you do as a woman. There is no possible way. And there are certain aspects of rearing a child that balance is needed. And when you don't have,
No, I was gonna say, are you talking about your case?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about any case. I'm talking about any case, not just my case. Any case.
So in your case, do you think that the maternal unit was capable of giving that love? If that person were there?
The problem is that there would have been love, but the emotional instability would not have been there because that individual wasn't mature enough emotionally for themselves. They had some other mental issues, but the thing is that it's I'm just saying it's important to have both, whether it be my situation or another situation. It is important to have both. When you think you can do it essentially by yourself, what happens is that even though you may have put your best foot forward, you will neglect to do certain things because it's not within your nature. It's not within my nature when my daughter, raising my daughter to understand every aspect of the mindset of her as a little girl. I knew about being a little boy. I knew about being a little boy. I didn't know about being a little girl. I can tell you all day about what's going on in a 13-year-old boy's mind, or 11-year-old boy's mind, or 12-year-old boy's mind. I'd have no idea what's going on in an 11-year-old girl's head. But as a mother, when they say flesh of my flesh and blood of my blood, women tend to believe that they have this not tend to believe, they do have a connection. But the reality is that their instinct when it comes to young boys, it's not as they think it is, because it's just about love and support. But this struggle and this fight out here, man, if you don't learn, if you don't understand, and you just got that one-on-one just all the time, I'm there for you, because what happens when she's not there for you? You got to learn how to fight this world. And as a black, there is nothing that I can tell you about being a black woman in this world. Can't. Because
I like the way you talk.
your journey, your struggle, man, it's unmatched. But at the same time, as a single mother to a child, a male child, you can fulfill as much as you possibly can fulfill, but you can't fulfill it all.
You got it. That's for
You
sure.
can't. And that's and like I said, it's male or female.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can, and it takes both of us. And you know, when people say that, you know, I hear people say that all the time. I was raised by a single mom. There were men there, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can't tell you how many kids I've been around that as an adult male, black male, to try and be a positive figure, regardless of whether I was their biological father or not, was there.
Mm-hmm.
So, not I mean, not negating their journey at all. I'm just saying that nobody does it by themselves.
Nope.
You know, nobody does it by themselves.
You're absolutely right. You're right.
Yeah, nobody does it. And it's hard when you do it by yourself. I think that I you know, I appreciate the accolades in regards to my children, but I know that as a single dad, as a police officer, you know, in the 90s and when I was raising these kids, I missed a lot, you know? And because of the environment that they were in, they were exposed to things on a level that I didn't quite comprehend as the parent that I was, because we came from the dialogue era, you know, the analog era. We came from the analog era. You know, these kids in the digital and beyond, you know?
Yeah.
Instant gratification in regards to every single thing. And my kids may be, you know, grown, but shoot, they got some issues, man. And I'm hoping that society will, you know, experience will, you know, teach them.
How old are they?
Because my daughter, who I'm going to be picking up in 45 minutes, she'll be 26 on the 14th. She's the one that's a staff sergeant in the Army. And then I have a younger son that is 24. He's into music and God knows what. Then I have a 17-year-old. That is the biggest question mark in my life right now, you know. But all of them, you know, have been subjected to the things that I produced in their life. I mean, you know, I'm the one that created them with their mom and with their mother. So as much as I fight this, why are they this way? I'm like, well, you know, they're very bit of me and every bit of her.
It's a wonderful thing. You know, there comes a time, like, did you feel like when your children reached the age of 18 that you were like, whew, did you just like,
yeah, like it was supposed to be some kind of relief?
Yeah.
Like it was supposed to get better after this?
Yes. I did. I really felt
and
like
it was like, hey, wait, it didn't. I made it.
Yeah.
I made it.
I did feel like that.
And it's like, yeah, oh, thank goodness. And then all of a sudden reality kicks you in the head and says, hey man, you know this ain't over, right? You know this ain't over.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, but you just hang in there.
I am the survivor of the Bronx transplant. I can make it anywhere.
At number 6. Oh no.
Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can make it anywhere. It's a fight, it's a constant fight and constant struggle, but it's all good. It works out.
I think it's worth it. It's worth it. And but let me ask you, as a single parent, you know, and when have you ever come home, like you said, the kind of work that you did is mostly, I gather, in law enforcement. Have you ever come home, you were dog tired, you've seen things that just you know, whatever. And did you ever sit down and say, you know, like, you see your children's face and it made it all worthwhile?
I'd like to say that, there was an epiphany moment like that, but there really wasn't.
No, I mean, no, not every time, but I'm just saying,
No,
at least
I'm being
once.
honest with you. I'd like to say that was a moment that I experienced, but unfortunately, I was so zoned into this drive of being successful because I thought that's what mattered. I missed a lot. I didn't acknowledge the journey because I was looking at the destination all the time. So that my younger child, I owned an ambulance business for quite a while, and I remember going to his school, and they had like fun day at school, and the kids got little rides and this, that, and other. And my son's running around and having a good time, and he looks at me, and back then I was really busy. I had like 30, 40 employees. I'm running a business, I'm trying to make it happen. And I saw him look at me while I was on one of my two phones, and the look on his face was like, here he goes again. He ain't paying attention. And it was a lesson that I learned. And to this day, I think about the fact that he like woke me up. A little boy woke me up.
Yeah.
Made me realize. He's like, I could see the look on his face, like there he is, because I was on the phone, standing by the building, in the shade, watching him from a distance. That's that accountability stuff, make you think about stuff like that. Like, what part did you play in stuff like that?
But you got the message. You got the message.
Get you on, Casey. I'm sorry, I'm listening to you guys about that. Casey was trying to get in, but she came in, but she popped back out for some reason.
The echo.
Yeah, the echo. Yeah. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm sorry, my bad. My apologies, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
Yeah, you got the message because I did the same thing. I mean, there were times that I was taking up the slack when father couldn't be there. I would make it, and sometimes I was so tired. I'm not gonna lie. I was so tired, my eyelids were tired, but I had that. I played my part. But you know what I found? I think with the basketball group, or the CYO kind of things, or the after school sessions where the parents come. I started speaking to another mother. I said, "Oh my God, my son says whatever." That was a time, whatever. And he had such an attitude, like when he was like in his 12, 13, he had a conversation, or 14, whatever it was. And I happened to say it in passing. And this woman says, "Your son says that too?" I said, and I looked at her. I said, "Yeah." And so we started talking. Now that I don't know, they were teens. That's 20 years ago. The woman and I, we still in touch because that's my life with my children. Because I didn't know what to do. I don't know anything about those boys.
Shoot.
And if you remember the 90s, there was so much temptation.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm a product of the 70s, but my mom sent us to boarding school.
Okay.
She was blessed enough to be able to send us to boarding school. But what she did was she sent two young black boys to Maine to learn how to be men around a bunch of white men. Enough to be able to send us to boarding school. But what she did was she sent two young black boys to Maine.
I don't know why it's an echo.
Learn how to be men around a bunch of white men.
Does she have a recording on? Is she recording us a Bluetooth or something?
I don't know, but that's a long time. I ain't said anything. I'm listening to myself.
Does she have a recording on? Is she recording us a Bluetooth or something?
I don't know, but that's a long.
Wait a minute. We might have some. Casey?
Oh, wait a second. She's there.
I'm on here, but I'm trying.
Do you have something else on? Are you on the TV?
No, I don't have a TV on. I'm not recording anything. I'm trying to get in. But I'm trying.
We hear you.
Oh, you hear that noise? You hear that New York accent real strong too, boy.
No, I don't have a TV on. I'm not recording anything. I'm trying to get in.
I don't know. Are you on your laptop?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a window. That window at the top, probably at the top of your thing. See if it goes straight to StreamYard and close down YouTube. Period.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so it's a window. That window at the top, probably at the top. I don't know why. Let me go on my end and see something real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Let me see.
Yeah, we got to help her.
Okay, hold on. Cancel. I don't know why I keep echoing though. I don't know why. It's not as bad as it was though.
Is your volume on?
I went into Firefox.
Right.
It's not as bad as it was though. It ain't bad as it was.
Did you turn off?
I went into Firefox.
Right. Did you mute your volume on YouTube? Just turn the volume off. Yes. Did you mute your volume on YouTube? Just turn the volume off.
I don't know what that is. I don't know why she said she went to Firefox. I don't know.
Is that better?
No, she didn't. I don't know why I did that. Because like I said, I thought it was maybe because I know a couple times I've went on and then it was like I had two windows open. I went to YouTube and StreamYard. But when I closed down YouTube, then it was fine.
I have YouTube open, but I have the volume off.
And StreamYard.
I can see both.
When I closed down YouTube, then it was I don't know why I'm wondering. Oh, you know what?
I have the volume off.
Let me see something, Casey. Hold on. Maybe I'm gonna look.
It might be you.
No, it's me.
Oh, it is. Let me see something, Casey. Hold on. Maybe. Let me see. Hold on, let me see. Look, Casey, I'm trying to adjust with this thing, so bear with me because I'm not too keen on how to really do a whole lot on here.
So what I gotta do? I gotta go to YouTube.
No.
Yeah, when you see YouTube, you see at the bottom where the volume is. Mute your volume.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait, we might have something.
Okay.
Say something, Casey.
Hello.
Oh.
Hey.
Welcome to the free world.
Oh, now you can hear me.
Yes.
With no echo.
I turned down my volume on YouTube.
That's it.
Okay.
That's a trick.
That's New York all the way.
Yeah, I told you that's New York all the way, man.
I can't believe I'm still up this time of night. I really can't. I'm usually in bed around this time. Not a late person at night. That comes with age.
Oh, I understand.
I think we all in the same group there.
Yeah, we all in the same group because look here, this late night for me too.
But this has been a very interesting conversation. I like I was just enjoying this is something different. Okay. Something different, something that I like is being in conversations like this. I get tired of the noise.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my
I can't listen to all that noise. So I was on my live today talking about excellence. And so that's when Frankie and Johnny came in and I was having this conversation about excellence. And of course, everybody know I work as an early educational teacher.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm an early educational teacher, yes. And of course, I'm just not going to stay at that level, but I just want to start with the young, then I work my way to wherever, as far as in elementary level.
Okay.
Wow.
trying to help save the generation of children we have, and it's not as hard as people really think it is, though.
Yeah.
You know, you just got to have the passion.
Absolutely. Everything comes with passion.
Exactly.
Yeah,
True.
everything comes with passion.
You just can't get into something because you're looking for money.
Yeah.
Because that's when you're going to get yourself jacked up. That's where you're going to find sickness taking over, and all kind of other things happening to you in your life. I came out of the corporate world, okay?
Oh, wow.
And
That's a big adjustment.
yes, I was in the corporate world. I was in 23 years I did my 23 years of career in business finance.
Look at her.
But it was tearing me to pieces. You hear me?
Wow.
It really was. It was killing me. I had to change my life. And I had to do it at the age of 42.
Wow.
But it goes back to what you were saying, Casey. You said it wasn't your passion.
It wasn't. I followed my ex-husband's life.
Yeah. Wow.
That's whose life I followed.
Wow.
Because he went to school for finance, business finance. Okay. I was just this young girl just getting out in the world and didn't really know where I wanted to go. I know I wanted to be a lawyer. And I actually wanted to work for criminal law. And it's funny, that's how I got involved with the advocacy for Robert Sylvester Kelly. Because I wanted to work for those who've been wronged. And try, because people already have them convinced. I mean, have everybody convinced, okay, like the prosecutor, the governor, or whatever. And they can, that's who we got to fight against. These lawmakers who break more laws than you know what I'm saying? The criminals. They do. And you have to convince everybody to bring them on to seeing that person's side of the story. The defense team side of the story. See, they hold the law, the prosecutors. And they will do everything to break it, but you still got to find the loopholes. That's the game in life. How to bring them out. Once they get a hold of somebody, that's why everybody said once the feds get you, you're done. But that's not always true.
Right.
That's not always true. There is a loophole.
Right.
You know, and in this case, we all saw all the inconsistencies, the holes, you know, even from the beginning, those of us that did follow the superstar.
Excuse me. What? Only because of nature of my business. What case are you talking about now in regards to this?
No. I'm just talking about my life, but I'm just telling you,
how
I got involved in. Well, I was listening to some of you how you came to YouTube, and I came to YouTube to do advocacy, and I just was sharing some things about my life as far as like where, you know, I was and where I'm at now, and just introducing myself of who I am.
and I heard you say something about a specific. I thought you was talking about a specific case about someone.
Yeah, I'm talking about the case with Robert Sylvester Kelly, which we all know as R. Kelly. That's what.
That's who. Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out who you. I was like,
but it was others before him that I was out here advocating for.
Yeah.
You know, on another channel on YouTube. I usually come to YouTube when I come out here to advocate for you know, trending stories, topics, whatever like that. But I don't do it as like everybody else does it to make money off of it. I do it as to get involved. And get my voice out there about how I feel, you know, like, about what I know, what I see. Because I told you I wanted to be an attorney for criminal law, because the criminal law system has always been the black man's wrong, you know? And
you're right.
You know what I'm saying? And if you ever look in the courtroom, who's holding up that law on the scale?
Lady Justice, huh? What are you talking about?
Lady Justice, right?
With the one with the blinders on her hand, on her eyes.
There you go.
She ain't blind. She ain't blind.
Huh?
She ain't blind. She knows exactly what she's looking at when she charges you. That's that 5 to 99
Justice is
stuff.
blind.
Huh?
But who is the lady holding up the scales?
No, you lost me on that one. Go ahead.
Oh, we're not going to get all into that because it's very deep. Okay, it's very deep. But I'm just talking about myself right now, and oh God, it's kind of hard. But
well, I'm gonna say this, Casey, not to cut you off, and in all due respect, I'm just gonna tell you, welcome. Okay, welcome to the panel. Definitely welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
That's like I said. I was wanting somebody else because, like I said, me and Leslie, we have these conversations and we go on and on and on and on, which it'd be fun. It'd be
interesting.
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
that's what I said. But like I said, we just want to welcome you. You know what I mean? And you always have a spot here. If you ever want to come over here and we on, you definitely.
Well, I sure hope so, because sometimes I go a little bit hard.
I appreciate it though.
No, but I do. Those that known me, who's been a member, been a subscriber on my channel, those like Frankie and I believe I've seen Leslie there quite a few
I'm
times.
gonna tell you, I have been, not to speak of myself, but I've been an investigator for the Innocence Project at Texas Southern University. I've worked several murder cases, some that have been on 48 hours, some that have been. That's why I was asking you about what case I thought you were speaking about specifically. And but yeah. So I have a direct interest, having dealt with it for so many years at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder.
Jarabu Hill, she comes to mind.
Who?
Jarabu Hill. You say
What
the
is it?
Southern. Where are you?
Texas Southern University. I was an investigator at the Innocence
I'm thinking
Project.
the poverty project. Okay.
Oh, you talking about Southern or the Poverty Law?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, no.
I'm sorry.
So you stationed out in Texas?
Well, no, I'm not stationed anywhere now. I'm retired now. But I live in Houston. I live in Houston. But I was a patrolman to a chief in law enforcement. Then I opened a private investigations company some years ago. So I used to do divorce cases on a regular basis, and then I branched off.
Oh my God.
Yeah, branched off into other things and stuff. So the question, no question about the justice or injustice system that it is. So.
But I found myself in a lot of battles. I'm battling now, even where I work at now, as far as in working in the educational system with the young children that I work with and stuff. And some of the things that come in, I'm fighting against, like, we need to take this out and keep this in and whatever.
How old are the children?
Well, I'm working with oh my God, they're babies. They're like 4 and 5 years old. And most of the children we service do have delays and developmental delays. And this is what they're actually saying, but at me, I'm looking at it differently, like I don't see some of these children really that have any kind of developmental. It's just the way of the system right now setting them up. You know what I'm saying?
I can agree with that. I actually worked at the Moody Foundation in Galveston. It's an early childhood development program. They've been trying to, and you're right. They set them up, and they're like, there's nothing. The parent usually, if they're ill-advised, they follow through with what the educational system says. Most of the time, they don't.
If the parents are not involved, your child will fail. Your child will fail the system. They'll just pass them along until they get to the point where they're not going to be 4 and 5 forever.
No.
Until they become a problem.
Adult.
They're going to become a problem as adults because of their limited education. They're going to get tired of school. They're going to feel like they don't need an education, and they're going to turn to other things out there to try to make, because it's like they spoiling them, like some of the things. Because let me tell you something. When I went into this market, I would say, when I changed my market to education, the first places I started off at is these local child care daycare centers. that's where I went in the beginning, and I made sure I went to the ones that I seen how it was in the hood. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And not in New York hoods, because I'm from New York. But when I left out of New York, I lived in several other places before. After my mom passed away in 2000, I think it was 2006 after my mother died, but I stayed along for a couple of years in New York so I can take care of some debts. Because I didn't want those debts following me when I was ready to go.
Yep.
Start all over again. Okay. Cleaned up my debt in New York as far as my problems I had with taxes and other debts that I had with credit card debts and all of that stuff.
Life.
I made sure I took care of every bill that I made in New York before I left out to go somewhere else, because those things will follow you.
Yeah, especially if you're back home.
Like some people be trying to get away from certain things. Oh, it's so much cheaper here. I'm just going to move to another state and I'm just going to start my life over. But if you ain't take care of what you took care of back there, it's going to be there with you over there. And remember, New York, you're not going to make as much money where you going. You know what I'm saying?
Like you're going to make in New York. Yeah.
Like you make in New York.
Yeah.
To clean up those debts. Unless you're moving out to California. And you still going to have those heavy debts. You know what I'm saying? And with living in California is one of the highest, the most expensive states to live in.
Wow.
No, Connecticut is. Connecticut is much more to live in than California.
California, okay.
I think Connecticut is.
Okay.
It's the richest state.
That's all right. It's too cold up there for me.
Look at this
too
guy.
Cold. It's too cold. I don't do cold.
Somebody's spoiled.
A lot of people said that. Because when I moved to Texas, people were like, "Oh, how was the weather?" I was in Killeen. I was in Fort Hood.
I was in Fort Hood first in the 82nd, first in the 80th Field Artillery. I was in Fort Hood.
Which year was you in?
91.
Oh wow,
91.
Way before I was there.
Yeah, 91. I was in Fort Hood.
Well, my husband actually was in Fort Hood too, but he was there in the military.
Yeah, I was in the military too. Yeah.
But I didn't meet him there. And that's funny. I didn't. That's where he was stationed when he was in the military, but also some places in Florida, and I lived in Florida as well. But I was in Tampa.
That's where I'm going.
Tampa is beautiful.
Yeah, I got to fly into Tampa to go see Shaq.
Shaq.
Yeah.
The basketball player.
No, Shaq Diesel.
Shaq Diesel.
I have no idea who that is.
That's the first.
That's who channel you on.
I'm sorry.
That's whose channel you on.
Oh.
Like, who you talking about? You going to see Shaq Diesel? Shaq? No,
okay, that's where you at, Shaq, in Tampa.
No, he ain't in Tampa, but that's where I got to fly in to go see him.
Oh,
that's nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it too.
Don't tell me you're gonna do that. Don't tell me you're gonna do that Disney World thing. I think that
No. Actually, you know what? I've been. My mom used to live in Melbourne, Florida. Actually, before she passed away, I've been to Disney World several times. No, I just want to go and hang out and chill and relax. You know, just breathing room. That's all. I've been looking at these four walls for a period of time. I'm tired of looking at these four walls. You know, I sit at home and make wine. I'm retired, so I do most of my work, my PI work. If I got to go out, I go out. If not, everything is done by the house. So it's a lot of research.
Need to get away sometimes. Yeah,
you got to get away.
We talked about that yesterday in my class about, people needing a missionary time. A lot of people, because a mental illness is on a high, man, today. A coworker of mine's uncle and another relative of her both committed suicide, and it was like back to back.
Yeah. My friend's son, they just had his service today. 23 years old, walking in front of a train in the Bronx. Didn't get pushed.
Really?
No medication. He just stopped taking his medication, and he's working in Verizon, and he just walked right in front of the train last Saturday.
Oh my God.
23 years old.
Oh,
23, that's so young.
and mental illness. You
Wow.
know,
We
I
started
mean,
talking about
I
it.
think it's social media too. It's a
oh,
lot
it is.
of
It
social
definitely
media.
is social media as well.
It's definitely social media.
I wouldn't say it's only, but it's definitely it has a large factor in the mental health of some of these kids and adults as well. Well, how often you have your phone in your hand? You know what I'm saying? I mean, come
I
on.
don't be making. Trust me, this phone.
I
I
don't.
have the only person calling me is my husband when he's on his way home from work, or when he,
Mhm.
calling me in the
But
daytime.
for
That's the
us,
most calls I get. And debt
yes. But
collectors.
for kids, no, because this is their primary source of information. So whatever they want to find out is right there on their phone, and that's what they've become
Wow.
attached to. That's what they're attached to. We used to have, me and Shaq talked about it before. We had ABC, CBS, NBC, and maybe PBS if you're lucky. And those were
Yeah,
our
that's what I
sources of
grew up
info.
on.
Those were our sources of information. Outside of
Mhm.
that, it was school, or you went to if you were blessed to have an
Library.
encyclopedia, or you went to your
Yep.
friend's house who had encyclopedias. But that was
Yep.
your source of information. Now, these
Yeah.
kids nowadays, their source of information is at the tip of their fingers. So that instant gratification. There's no need for them to learn. That's like that new app they got, that GPT app where you basically can tell the app to write a report. You know, the dumbing of the American children has been, it's constant.
Wow.
These kids are, look, they don't write cursive, they don't do this, they don't do that,
Exactly.
they
That's
don't
what
do
I'm
homework.
saying.
They don't, there's no drive to do anything
They don't even do.
because
That's another thing. These are the things I'm fighting for right now in this educational thing. Like we doing the smart board thing, like everything, like I said, digital. And I'm like, look, we need to get rid of this stuff. This is killing us. This is
they're
killing our
not going to do it
children.
though. They're not
We
going to
need
do
to
it
get
though.
back to the chalkboard.
They're not going to. The chalkboard days are gone. They're gone.
The
And that's
kids,
what happens is that
especially,
we could try and fight to conserve what transpired and what it was like, but the reality is that the world keeps going, and these kids are on, they're on warp speed, and we're still working on gas. I don't know. I know that if we continue on the path that we're on, it may be difficult unless we continue to do what we're doing like now, talking and trying to get some kind of insight about things. I don't know.
Wow.
this is really scary.
Like I
Yeah.
Well, I don't mean for it to be scary though, but it's a reality though. It's a reality. The thing is that even if in its worst times, if we decide to stick our heads up instead of our heads in the sand, we can see what's happening and find a way. I don't know a way. I mean, my kids are grown now, besides the last one, and unfortunately, that's a cause that I have no real battle to win, no opportunity to win. But the thing is that what we can do is offer to those. I got a young man that I want to bring into this conversation at some point in time because we need to get them to understand and listen and hear. And maybe there'll be 1, 2, 3 that we make that reach to, and that'll make the difference.
But you know what? I'm sorry, Strick. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
you're not.
To speak on that part of it, that I think they could do it, and far as reaching out to their peers, but they use it in the wrong direction. Because you think about people they thinking if I start speaking this way that I'm gonna lose followers, as she stated about money, and that she's doing it for her passion, she's doing it for something that has a meaning behind it. But when they're doing it for the mighty dollar, and they don't know how they can speak out to other people of their their age group, they can make a difference. You know what I'm saying? If you could see if they said if he could do it, I can do it. But they choose not to. They choose to try to bring the because negative sales.
It's not. That's the thing with me. If it's about the money for me, I noticed that even with my career, even though I was making a whole lot of money, I was making, oh my God, come on, I'm working in corporate banking. I was working with some of the top banks. Mostly my career, I spent it more in foreign. That's where all the money was. Because the American banks wasn't paying nothing. The only banks who were really making the money was the foreign banks. And back when I was started out, it was the Japanese.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
It was the Japanese, and I was working for them. And in the ending of my career, who did I work for? I worked for the Pakistanians, and that money that was coming in from Dubai. They was running things. Then I went to Texas, and the last place I worked, as far as actually ended my career, was when I went to work for First National Bank of Texas,
Mm,
and that's the military.
mm.
And that's when I learned everything. Okay, that was it. Everything, how money was moving in the world.
It's probably you learned more than you wanted to know.
Exactly. And
Mm.
you got to remember, that's the time I came out of there was when that Afghanistan guy killed all those people on base.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And he
Major Ali.
Huh?
Major Ali.
Who's that?
That was the guy that killed all those people.
Yeah, he was a chain, and then on top of that, he was a doctor.
Mm-hmm. He was a psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist.
They had us locked on. Yeah, it was scary.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if y'all remember, but the first one of the first mass shootings was at a restaurant in Fort Hood. I had just left there. I was trying to figure out how this guy
I don't
survived
remember
it.
that one.
Yeah, it was like early 90, 91. Shot 26 people at a restaurant. And I remember that restaurant. I was just wondering, this is the first time that, it's like 20-something people. You're like, wow, of my lifetime, thinking about it. But
What
now look at
restaurant
what
was
time
this
it
one?
changed. Huh?
Which one
It
was this
was not Golden Corral. It's no longer in business anymore. Don't get me. I can't think of the
Golden
name of it.
Corral is still around?
Yeah, Golden Corral is still around. But it wasn't Golden. It was
like
that type of. It was like that type of Golden. It was that type of restaurant, buffet type of restaurant. But yeah,
Golden Corral.
yeah, I can't think. It was right outside of Fort Hood. But yeah,
It was it something with Smogsburg in it or something?
I can find it out.
Yeah. But that's another thing, and I was speaking on this earlier, Casey, when I said about how to protect our babies, as far as where they're not even having no compassion for the babies, as in small children in elementaries, and you go shoot up an elementary. What is it you're trying to prove?
They got 6 years old coming in shooting the teachers now. It's like,
oh well, 6-year-old and a 10-year-old. Yeah, we know. Yeah,
the 10-year-old, they killed his mother and for a video game, a virtual reality video game.
That's crazy, man.
And I never heard, like you go back in our childhood, okay? We, like you said, we were able to be outside, innocent. I mean, things happened then, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. But the way it's happening now is like unbelievable.
Yeah, it's off his man. It's unbelievable, definitely. And that's the thing. It's scary to the point of, like I said, I mean, like I said, all my children are grown. Hello.
Am I still on?
Yeah, you still on?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said, it's just the point of when we're talking about kids and the babies. My kids are grown, but then I still concerned for their safety. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sit here and try to play like I'm not. But
be concerned for your grandchildren.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So, you still have other generations to come. So, now, because I got to the point where even my baby girl 21 now, when she was like about 9 or 10, I had told my wife, I said, look, I'm gonna take her. I'm gonna homeschool her, because I say there's too much stuff going on. Yeah, I mean, I was serious to the heart attack too, man. I was serious. I was like,
I'm for homeschooling for some reason. I was talking to a teacher about that. I said, you know what we need to do? We need to start trying to homeschool the children. But then again, teachers go to the, because homeschool is not like actually in the house with you. It could be like in a community, like
community center.
Yeah.
Right. I agree.
It
It's
was
and then they
Luby.
have like, and some
Oh,
people
Louis.
are
Okay.
actually. I don't know if anybody ever saw this movie called God is Dead.
What is it?
No.
It's called God is Not Dead.
No, I've never seen that one.
Oh my God. It's got so many different episodes, right? But actually, the movie God is Not Dead is about this philosopher, this college philosopher, right? Because this guy, he has to take this philosophy class on the sake of his law, because he's a law student. And he goes in to challenge this philosopher, and this philosopher is an atheist. Okay. He already convinced all his students already that there is no God. Okay. Soon as they came into the classroom to settle in on the first day, he already let them know. Right on this paper, God is dead.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And then he goes into teaching them how to convince them that God does not exist. But this one student is like, no, God is, I'm going to prove to the classroom that God is not dead. Okay. So this man did everything he can to intimidate this guy, but he fought him in there like he had to be in the court, because then he was like, well, who's going to be able to judge us whether who's going to, win the case? And then he says, I am. That's what the philosopher says. He says, oh, no, you can't. He says, because you won't be objective. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
The thing is that I have to convince them that God is not dead, because you already convinced them that God is dead. You know what I'm saying? Now I have to win them over. It was that movie was so powerful. And he did come to winning the fight to prove God is not dead.
So was this a show or series?
It's a series of it, but it's a lot of people showed it in like churches and stuff, because of some of the things the world has convinced people to believe there is no God, like atheists. And now that I'm going back to this homeschool thing, they had an episode about that this lady who chose to homeschool her child, then to send her children to the government school, she rather stayed and educated her own children because she wanted to teach her child about God. Okay. Then on top of that, she became a single mother because she was because she became a widower. I'm sorry. And also she did work for the military. So she already know what they were already pushing into their curriculums and schools and stuff like that. So she had to fight that. And there was a lot of them had to go up against the government.
So speaking of curriculums, and I didn't mean to cut you out, Casey, but something just crossed my mind. And I know it might be touchy to a certain people, but I just think I should bring it up. I mean, it's late night. We're going to speak about it. I'm sorry.
Come on, bring it up.
Well, what do you think about, and I might be quoting this incorrectly, but I mean, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they have some schools that were teaching what they call it, sodomizing or something to that effect?
Yep.
Wow.
And these people walked out. I mean, these people were fighting that they're not going to bring that into they're not going to teach their children.
Wait. Say again? They were teaching the kids sodomy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They trying to teach them in all kind of ways to bring in the LGBTQ agendas.
Yeah.
If you notice, in my school, I noticed that we don't pledge the flag here because the word God is in it. Then anything, you know what I'm saying? You see how they trying to desensitize you? Demonize.
I didn't think I was tripping. I swear I saw that and I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
Like, wow.
Now the school's gonna have these so-called anthems of their own, but we can't use God in our schools. Religion Isn't that kind of hypocritical in the law, though? In our Constitution, in our freedom of rights?
So that means you're gonna burn all the money?
They trying to get rid of money and everything be digital, like you use your credit cards and all of that other stuff.
Well, I have a friend of mine that's in Australia. And
I was working with money. Don't you know that? Don't you know that I before I went back to in my educational field, because I took a break and I was working for Garter, a logistic security place. That's where we used to process money and security with money. They trying to get rid of money because it got God, in God we trust. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
They trying to do everything they can to get God out the world.
So that's why I stated that. I said that what you're going to burn all the money then? I mean, if you're going that direction with it, but I don't know. I think they have took prayer out of schools, because I remember we used to pray. Even when we say far as the Pledge of Allegiance, when it had God in it, you know what I'm saying? But
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God.
Yeah.
Under God.
Well, but definitely. But that's what I'm saying. But I don't know. I don't know.
Well, no, you on the right path. You definitely know what's up, what's going on in that stuff you just brought up about what they trying to do to the children. They trying to catch them at the youngest age that they can. Same-sex marriages, all this, demonic stuff.
But the thing that I had a problem with, and another one of my little brothers that was on the panel earlier, me and him was having this discussion, and I told him, I said, well, man, look, I said, a lot of things they're trying to deter us from as in doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I, like I said, I have friends. I have a couple friends that I know that are gay. But the craziest thing about them being gay is they don't want to be a part of the LGBTQ. Now, I'm not gonna say that.
Because that's how it used to be. If you're gay, that's between you and God, right? And I know some that are like that too, who are not a part of pushing their agenda.
Right.
They're not. They just know that they're gay. Yeah. And they know that they sick and they like where they at and they comfortable where they at, and they don't have to prove nothing to nobody. They don't gotta push nothing down nobody's throat. If you gay, you gay. If you're not, then you know what I'm saying?
No,
some don't even want to believe in this one particular transgender female. She don't believe in gay women having their children messed up about it. She believe if you're gonna be like that, don't have kids.
Well, I mean,
you being a hypocrite.
Truly. I would agree, but I mean, like I said,
anything that she you know why? Because she says I grew up in church, and some things I'm just not gonna mess with. Right. And that's one thing she said that she's not gonna do is when it comes to procreating. I leave that to the heterosexuals.
Well, as women, you can bear children, but as a transgender, you'll never be able to bear children. I don't care what they do inside.
No. She's a woman who's a transgender, look like a dude and everything else, but you can tell she's
the opposite. Okay. I'm thinking, but because I forgot, my mistake. I'm thinking transgender could be either male or female, right? I'm sorry.
You understand what I'm saying? She's one of those that believe that if she's going to be in a relationship with a female, if she got kids, she's not going to mess with that. If anything, she'll probably get with a girl that already decides she's a lesbian, and because she's not going to want to have penetration whatsoever. And if you have children, you have penetration.
Oh my!
I mean,
it's kind of, and I was like, really? We had this conversation. She worked where I worked at and everything. She strictly deal with women who are lesbians, lipstick lesbians, but these are women that don't want to have children. And they just want to what they call themselves. They just want to dedicate their life to being a lesbian. Okay.
But was once a woman and now is a man.
Well, the one that she's going to be the dominating one, which is the man part, but the woman that's the lipstick lesbian, look like a woman, dress like a woman, or cute like a woman with the nails and all that other stuff. Okay. Those are the kind, I swear, I'm not lying. Those are the kind that just totally don't want to be with a man.
Oh, wow.
You ever seen, I'm going to tell you, it was like this, okay? It was like this. You ever seen Women of Brewster Place?
I vaguely remember it.
Yeah.
Remember the lesbian couple?
Not really, but
they both
focus on it.
Oh, you don't remember the lesbian couple? That
Only because, I mean, I don't know. Maybe because I have a different take on the whole sexuality.
Of course, because you're a man and you see it differently. See, the
yeah,
thing
maybe
is about
so.
a woman, the thing is about a woman is that God is not really punishing her for her. If you read it of women, one way or the other, you can always get her turned back. Because at some point, she's going to be with a man if she wants to have children.
Well,
and the man
dominates. Go ahead.
He dominates her. So once he dominates her and everything, she's always going to have that urge to be with a man. So she can't possibly commit.
I couldn't even tell you lying because I don't know. I ain't no woman, so I guess you're right. Because I don't know.
She's going.
I had nothing to compare it to.
I don't know why I'm having this conversation. I shouldn't, but I just had.
No, hey, you're supposed to be able to have a conversation. Yeah, no.
She's not going to ever. I know. Put it this way: once a man is dominated by another man, he's ruined as a man, emasculated for life. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I would think so.
Yeah, you would. I would agree with that one. Yeah, I would.
But a female, she's not, because she's the weaker link.
So it's more acceptable, is what you're saying?
Yeah, she can always turn back to being in love with a man.
You know what? The funny thing that she said that I've had that conversation with somebody also with the same exact because
what are they doing? Because what they doing is more natural than what a man is doing. Because birth don't come from the anal part. Birth comes from the womb, which we carry. Right. And she comes out through her. It's kind of deep. A man can't put a baby up in another man. But a woman can still have a baby.
I didn't want to even visualize that what you were saying, but okay.
And life can't procreate without a man and a woman. Period. And through her womb, she could give birth to all different types of nations. And she could give birth to the devil child, or she could give birth to the child that's going to stand for righteousness. It's deep, because that's why God does not. He says they try to make women. I don't want to go to the Bible because I can point it out.
Yeah,
I can point it out. But for the man, it's punished more when he takes himself on that route, because he's the one who's putting her in a situation. He's pushing her in that situation, and she's not pushing herself there. It's him.
Where do you stay at now? You still stay in New York?
No, sir. I'm in the state of Delaware.
Oh, you're in Delaware?
Yeah, I got married, moved. I'm in Delaware. Yeah.
MD.
Mm-hmm.
MD. It's cold up there though, huh?
No, that's DE.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Delaware.
You don't think Delaware is? Oh, it's DE, not MD. That's Maryland. I'm sorry.
Maryland.
Well, we right on the borderline
yeah.
where I live at.
Right.
I'm on the borderline of being in Maryland, and
It's cold though.
Yeah, it's cold and well, it's like right now. It's let me see what the temperature.
It's probably something below.
It's in the teens.
You see, ooh, that's
18 degrees.
That should be sacrilegious.
My knees start hurting.
18 degrees.
Oh no, they can have it.
And I was supposed to be going on an appointment in the morning. My husband said, "You ain't going out there tomorrow." I said, "Well, the car probably won't even start. Probably freeze up." No, I got antifreeze in my car, but I'm just saying that I'm supposed to be doing my hair for African American. I mean, celebrating Black History Month, so I have to dress the part for this month. You know, I have to put in the braids. It's just something that has to go with the theme of celebrating my heritage.
Stricky, you on here twice?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I died out and then I signed back on.
Yeah, but you
I'm on my way. You can hear me?
You still here with us?
I'm on my way to the airport to go pick up this daughter of mine and her husband, who wanted to come in at 12:30 at night. Huh?
Leslie said, "Now where's Johnny?"
She probably asleep. I know she hung long as she could. You know what? This live actually got longer than I really expected but
I was for a long time with you guys, and I'm just like, I really was enjoying the because I never had any conversations with anybody like this.
This is good. That's the way it's supposed to be, though.
I never really been on anybody's stream with them. I really, every time I tried, I was having that mic problem. So I never bothered to go on.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I had never been on one either, and have been invited, but I'm glad that I started doing it. It's been really, really enjoyable. I don't see myself not doing it. I would not.
I don't mind having conversations with you people.
That's right.
Okay. But there's certain lives that I will just like stay in the bushes and just listen, and then don't even listen to as long as I have been with you guys. I've really listened for a long time with you. Some lives I will it's too much drama, too noisy, too loud, too much stuff going on. We're having just a nice conversation here, and I like that. It's not noisy, it's not crowded. Everybody getting an opportunity to talk and to vent, and it's not too much interruptions going on in the chat. So don't even ever worry about how many people come in, because the only people that should be coming in is the people that God really wants to be here.
Yeah.
But because some places you get caught up in the crowd like that, you get lost.
But see, that's one conversation we had, that how people gravitate to negativity.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. And like I said, I never understood how until I got into the I've seen it far as the news networks and different situations, but far as when I got on YouTube, I've never and I wanted to bring a platform that, for one, not being disrespectful to no one, not even just the men, to the women, whatever, but the way they disrespect the women on this YouTube, I couldn't believe it.
Okay. And who started that? And I don't want to start no drama, but I ain't gonna call no names, but I know who started these kind of platforms.
Yeah, and that's crazy, but
that's why I don't like the gossip platforms. I can't stand the gossip platforms, like slandering people. I don't go on those platforms that like to talk about the reality shows, because I don't do reality shows. I don't even watch TV, Holly. If I do watch television, I'm watching a good movie.
But
I don't watch.
But see, the thing of it is if I speak of reality shows, I tell them not. People try to what's the word I'm looking for? They try to base their life on reality shows, which is not a reality. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
For people.
Yeah, so that's why if I bring that up, I just use that as an example of how people gravitate to, like I said, because sometimes I look at our people, and I watch them on those reality shows. I be like, oh my God, they look like as they say, a hot mess, man.
Nobody's real anymore. All the fakeness, fake hair, fake boob jobs, and fake BBLs. And
I just found out what BBL is. I know what BBL is. I'm just trying to tell y'all.
Don't feel bad, Strick. I just found out maybe a year ago.
Brazilian butt lip. I know what it is because I know. Shit, I ain't know before, but I know now.
But I'm like disgusting. I'm so disgusted with it. One of my coworkers went for one of those surgeries.
Why though? Why?
Not to get her butt.
Self-esteem issues.
She had to get her body snatched. Not snatched, but she had to get.
I was gonna say, whoa.
You know, like when you got a big stomach, a fat stomach, and everything. She went to get her stomach. I don't know what they call that. And I said to them, I said, ain't no way I'm changing my body.
Nope.
At the age that I am now, I'm 56 years old. Ain't no way in the world.
Nope. Not doing it.
I'm not doing it. I'm not putting myself in harm's way like that. I don't know who's going to be putting what kind of medication in me. And then on top of that, you notice a lot of people died getting these things done, these Brazilian butt lifts. Look at what happened to Kanye's mother.
Oh, that was the reason?
Yeah, she had a breast job.
A breast job.
Yeah.
That's what killed her.
Really?
Yep.
A botched job or whatever. And that's when he started getting popular. And it is just so much. It's just a mess. And I was like saying, you should have just let gravity take its place. What's
wrong with gravity, man?
Yeah. I'm not messing with what naturally I have unless it really needs, like, say, for instance, the only way, really breast jobs were really actually made for women that had to have their breast cut off because of cancer. But now people doing it as, all these altercations and everything they misusing medicine. And it becomes an addiction just like anything else.
But,
true.
Personally, I mean, in my opinion, I think, okay, so if you get a boob job or you get a BBL or whatever it may be, you're getting it for whom? And they'll say, oh, I'm getting it for
who are you getting it for?
Yeah,
they're not getting it for themselves, because if you was getting it for yourself, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You actually want the man to look at that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's my point. That's my point.
Security.
Yeah. All of this you're doing is for a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he's gonna love you, whether your booty's big, flat, whatever. Because sometimes the only thing he's looking to love is who you are, confident about, and that's the way I'm looking at it. Like your confidence in yourself, seeing yourself, and still know how to be right to people, even though you may not have this like they have or whatever. You still feel good about who you are. Absolutely. On the inside. And you can't, and I guess that's something that got to come with age. Like, y'all some mature gentleman. My husband's a mature gentleman. He ain't even these booty things, these fake butt women. Something is wrong with their character.
Yeah.
Something is wrong with their character.
There is.
That's why they do it, because they looking for attention and stuff, whichever way they can get it. And then when they get it, they want to be very vile about it. They very disgusting. They got a bad attitude. They not very nice. The men, some of them even be telling men and everything that, oh, he should be paying my bills, my rent. Remember
we had that conversation.
Yeah.
we had that conversation. Oh my goodness, we had that conversation.
Yeah.
I wish the one that just died, that was checking.
Oh, you talking about I can't remember his name.
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels, yeah.
He shined light on all of that. He brought it.
Interesting dude. Yeah. Interesting guy.
I didn't know him until his death. that's when I started looking at all his work, like the stuff he would do on YouTube, like his conversations and stuff with women. Because I remember when he first died, they were like saying things about him telling women they're going to be alone, they're going to die, and they're going to be.
No, the dude was just he was as upfront as, you know, he just was a straightforward guy.
But I took it in a way like he was degrading women and saying horrible things to us.
No, did you listen to him? You ever listen to him?
That's what I'm saying. I had misjudged him because that was what they highlighted about him.
Right.
That's where they came, and I was like, I didn't know him, and I said, well, I gotta find out, you know. And I went right along with the crowd and judged him, misjudged him, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Then listening to some of the women platforms that were, you know, when he died, that had they were just like really like kicking this man 2 feet more under. And saying horrible things about him. And I, you know, and I got caught up in that mess because I'm listening to them without even knowing him for myself.
Well, it's powerful that you didn't even acknowledge that.
And I followed the crowd. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You follow the crowd, you're gonna get lost. So
it's easy to do.
Noise, exactly. All that noise that was going on these big platforms that were talking about Kevin Samuels, and then it became this war against the men and the women, and it was just a whole lot of stuff. The Cynthia G woman, and you know, she was very convincing to her audience of listeners and viewers. She was one of the biggest ones that was out there just really doing him in. Not only just him, but she was just really going in on black men, the three-tier bags or whatever. I think this woman was really messed up over a relationship she's been in, and maybe some black men rejected her, and so she just went on this witch hunt, you know, like filling women head up with all of this craziness about men, especially towards black men, saying things, and then she called us women, you know, the black male worshipers. The ones who would defend the black man, we are the black male worshipers. Like, she generalized all black men as being basically not really good husbands, not good fathers to their children, lazy. That was her way of saying, you know, because of some relationship she may have been in and been rejected in.
I'm at the airport. I'm looking forward to speaking to you again.
Okay, so I'm out of here. Since you leaving, I'm out, and I know the host of this platform is probably tired himself because he didn't expect to be here this long.
Yeah, I was, you know what, actually, but you know what, it was very
enjoyable. There's still 5 watching people, so where they at?
I don't know, but you know what, Casey, again, welcome, and I'm glad you came up, and in your insight, it was very intriguing. I definitely appreciated everything you said.
Thank you.
And we definitely, like I said, and hopefully you don't be a stranger, because my wife told me, she said she followed you, so I was like, oh, okay.
Who's your wife?
Erica, Best of Both Worlds.
Erica. She must be using a different name.
No, that's what you use, baby. Yeah. Erica, both of Best Worlds, best of Both Worlds. Yeah, but she said she told me she followed you because I told her, I said I have Casey on there, and she was like, oh, she said, yeah, I follow her. So she followed you.
Well, thank you, Erica.
She said,
thank you. You're welcome to my channel.
Yeah, so definitely I enjoyed everything. See,
about this. You never know who's listening. You know what I'm saying? You never know. That's why I said I don't have that many people that really listen. I mean, be in my chat. Sometimes I feel like, oh, I'm just talking to myself. You know, I'm crazy. Is anybody listening? Because I'm trying to make sense of what's going on around this stuff. And I see everybody always, like you said, they gravitate to the negative channels.
Yeah,
you know. That for the drama, and the entertainment and everything. And then I mean, there was some people I just had to totally just like go in on and call them, but then I had to forgive myself and forgive them as well. I know this is a something passionately I'm fighting for, whatever. But these people are just here to make money, to get entertained, See, I make my money. I work not only just one job, I work 2 jobs. Plus I have a spouse who works. So I'm good. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Financial ain't a problem in your life. Right. I get
it's definitely, I mean, it's a problem as far as like, hey, sometimes bills do get a little tight up.
No, absolutely. But I mean,
but I'm not.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not going to be dishonest to people and just do it for a hustle and things like I just, that's not me. I have to be really, even though I'm passionate about what I do here, but I'm saying like, that's not what I want to make my living off of.
No,
you see,
no,
that's not really all I want to, this is not the thing for me as far as making money. I don't mind even supporting channels like, I said to somebody when they was saying they was they was R. Kelly, this, that, the other, and send money and and I was like, you know what, you gotta really be careful. You know what I'm saying? And they take advantage of people and they want money for rent money and stuff like that. And I'm like saying, I don't mind helping people that I do understand that there is hardship out there for people sometimes.
Right.
But be honest. And I don't mind people being honest because I said it's a channel that I am subscribed to, that there is a lady that she is always panhandling. But I still help her out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I feel like, hey, some people got to do, this is something they just got to do,
Right.
To make whatever extra ends they can, because there is a self-esteem issue. I can see that there is.
Right.
And I see that they probably can't go to make the kind of money they want to make because of a certain image that they have. People look down on. I think I was listening to somebody having that conversation here on your channel today about giving your coat to a stranger that you saw out on the street cold. Who was that?
That was me. Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
And who's me?
Yeah, that was me and my wife was out. I was telling her that we gave our coat off our back because, when somebody's in need, and that's where, and that's where we were talking about compassion. People don't have compassion anymore. Not everyone, but some people, and I get it. Sometimes people get burnt so many times and they figure,
they give up.
Yeah, they give up. They don't feel it. But that's why I speak about just as far as this channel. I said, I wouldn't care if I had 5 people, 6 people, 7 people. But if I'm going to continue because I want to set this platform up for people to come in, to understand, to listen, as you stated, you listen and whatever, to have a positive outlook on things. And then you might hear something that might trigger some off of your mind. And that's where I spoke about that also, about triggers. Like you said, people come in your chat when you try to do something positive. And let's go back to the enemy. The enemy want to disrupt you when you're going to you're on a certain path. He want to disrupt that. He don't want you to continue to put out injustice, which is something positive, because we need to know about and I tell anybody, and I will say it over and over again, when it comes to I truly take my hat off to you women for fighting for injustice for us as men. You know what I mean? I love that. And I said that on a few channels that pointed by, and I implemented that very many times. I appreciate you ladies, because
thank you.
I really do. And they would, and Sexy May, she would tell you, and Frank and John would tell you, I will say that quickly. I appreciate you because, like I said, my wife's the same way. You understand. You know what I'm saying? It's not about, but
exactly.
Yeah.
Now some of us do.
Yeah.
But like I said, if I'm gonna get out there, like my husband tell me, if you're gonna get out there, babe, he says, be careful, don't be, because he's not really involved in all of this. But when I was out there supporting R. Kelly in New York, and that was during our anniversary time, and I'm from New York,
Right.
So he made sure he was there with me, to make sure I was okay, and I wasn't going to be left out there by myself around these people, because he saw some of them. He viewed some, when this first happened and everything. He viewed some of the things, and I told him what my passion was all about. It wasn't only just about him, as far as R. Kelly. This was also
absolutely
that's the black man,
right?
That I'm with right now, and I know you're not going to be that. You never know. So I'm just paying it forward. I'm just out there making sure, and then I think about the black males in my family, the
Man.
young black men in my family,
Right.
and never know who they're gonna become one day, and how this might come against them. So I just think about it on a deeper level than I do on the surface of things. I'm not looking at it just because he's black, but I mean, I followed this man's career throughout his entire career.
Yeah, absolutely. Right,
I
right,
followed,
right.
and I never saw the porn tape. Never. I never put it in my, because it's a child porn tape. Why would I want to watch a child porn tape? I would, you got to really think with logic here. You got to say, why would people who have have an obsession of watching a tape to see a grown man in a tape with a child?
Well,
Shouldn't they be? Ain't they just as guilty as he is?
Well, I can go many ways. Me and my wife spoke about this. What about the priest?
The who?
The priest. The priest that touch little boys.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Ain't nothing said about them.
But they made him the face of the rapist, the child pedophile, the black man. Like, oh my God, it's so deep. And I was just watching this movie Roots, and keep talking about Roots, right?
Wow, really? Whoa, I ain't seen that movie.
Deep. I'm talking about the original Roots.
No,
not
that's
the remake.
Yeah. Your name is Toby. Yeah, I know she's.
Yeah, that part. And then I remember that these when they was doing the slave trade, how they brought these black women, young black African women, that they were sold through a tribe or whatever like that. Because they, when you go really deep into, the real understanding of slavery, you realize there was other slaves. Slaves were being sold captured by other tribes, and they used these tribes that they had wars with. And when they catch them, they would sell them over to, they would sell them off as slaves.
Mm-hmm.
Other tribes. But then it got to the point where some started selling their members over as slaves when, you know what I'm saying, they knew they seen the white man, and then they would hand them over, making a trade there.
Right.
And they would sell some of their slaves that they had over as slaves to the white man.
Right.
There were some black tribes that would catch other black tribes in wars in Africa, and sell their African brother over, or African whatever, over to become a slave for the white man to America. But the thing is that when they would sell, it's deep. If you ever seen the movie Shaka Zulu, you will see some of that.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Like I said, you're saying that, and I'm 5 years younger than you are. So I mean, I ain't that much younger. But I understand we're in the same.
We came from the same generation where we saw these type of, this is how we were taught back in our time. And
funny thing you said that. I think did I watch Roots in school? It was either Roots or it was either Shaka Zulu. It was one of them. I think
probably it was Shaka Zulu, because Shaka Zulu was more an educational thing through that time, through apartheid, when the white man invaded South Africa.
Right.
And took over South Africa, because I learned about South Africa before I learned about any other African country.
Right.
When I was in school. So it had to be South Africa. And if it's dealing with South Africa and you talking about the Cape and everything else like that, you're talking about like South Africa, and then they were sold over to the British over there, in apartheid took over. They invaded them. And the black people became under the rulership of white people, because in South Africa one time it was ruled by black kings.
Yeah, that's
they the only country, I think, basically South Africa is the only place that has African country that has been invaded by the white man.
Wow.
Any place else in Africa, like in West Africa and stuff, they still run their country. The black is still a black man who runs West Africa. Not North Africa, because there's a North Africa too, where the white man invaded that part of Africa as well, because there's so many countries in Africa.
Right.
And
right.
we
big continent, definitely. I
it's a
know
very
it.
big continent, yes.
Yeah.
And you know, it's another place that invaded some parts of Africa with the French, European French. They invaded some parts of Africa. That's the parts where they speak they speak their own language, but they also speak French, like in a patois.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they speak their own French, and that's in West Africa somewhere. I think it's countries like Guinea. I think they speak French, and there's another place, Senegal. They also speak French, and they
But
was
you
more
know,
in.
that's
Huh?
something that culturally I'm fascinated by culture. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what it, and you know what, and I meet people because being in Florida, we are tourism. You know what I mean, major tourism.
Mm-hmm.
So, and me meeting different people from different places and different, like from Arab to Asian to as they say, African. And it's like I talk with these people because it's fascinating to me. You know what I mean? And it's like, how you ask them, and because of course, you hear people say, what you hear, you are, oh, I heard, or I
You
heard
heard.
this, until you speak to that person and they break it down to you as what it is. You know what I mean? Because
Mm-hmm.
so that's why I say that's it's so fascinating to me, man, for real.
I love
Yeah.
it. I'm not well, I just went in this store because, like I said, I'm doing Black History Month, all of that stuff to do for the theme of this month. Plus, it's my mother's birthday this month, so that's what I'm like. This month is just so full of love. My mom and
Right.
Valentine's, Black History Month, and
Right.
all of that other stuff. So it's I went into this store to go and purchase some things for my family members for Black History.
Right.
Because I didn't get everybody for Christmas, so I said I'll get you for Black, or we did, for Kwanzaa, because I started my Kwanzaa too. I do Kwanzaa, all of that stuff.
Right.
So I asked the brother that was the sales guy in the store and stuff. I said, he says, he was telling me he had all these books and all this other stuff. I said, are you a Pan-African? And he says, no. He says, no, but but I'm studying and eventually I will be. Before I really become a Pan-African, I want to study as much as I can about, different cultures of Africa.
Right.
Because in order to become a Pan-African, you have to be really wanting to travel to all these countries in Africa. Like that's what they do. They study all the different cultures, all of this and all of that. You're not a Pan-African until you actually travel to Africa, not only just one country in Africa, but you go to a lot of other places in Africa.
Wow.
To get all the history.
And I didn't know that. I definitely didn't.
Oh no, the store had all kind of books and everything from Pan-Africans that actually, wrote they story just like they do a pilgrimage like the Muslims and everything, like Islam. You can't, like these American Muslims here, you can't say you a real Orthodox Muslim and dedicated your life to Islam until you actually study the Muslim nations.
Right.
All together. That's when Malcolm went to Mecca. That's when you go to Mecca. You can't dedicate yourself to being actually a devout Muslim until you go to Mecca.
Oh, wow.
So whenever somebody come at me with this Muslim Islam stuff, oh, have you ever been to any of the Muslim nations? No, they learned it in jail. Well, some brother told them that on the street.
My brother.
Huh? Let me tell you why I know. Because I worked for a Muslim company for 5 years.
Right.
Pakistanians. Okay? And some of them couldn't even dedicated devout Muslims either, because they have not actually dedicated themselves to Mecca yet. They haven't been to Mecca yet. And when they take that pilgrimage.
Right.
And the same thing goes with the Jews until they get to Jerusalem. And they go to, it's a certain place that they go. In every religion, that you practice, you're not a devout person. Just like they say with he's a higher up man. The in the Catholic religion, the priest.
The priest, yeah.
There's a certain place he has to go in Rome.
Wow.
The Roman Catholic.
Yeah, the Roman Catholic Church.
That's where it started at, in Rome. Wherever it started at.
Boy, you talking about some Roman Catholic, boy. I heard this brother started telling me about the history behind Roman Catholic churches. Oh my God. My mouth was wide open. I was like, what? I mean, and for some reason we got, something happened where I couldn't finish it, but it was like he was feeding me so much, and I was like, oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Like
you gotta know all that history.
Wow. Yeah.
You gotta know all that, and their thing is to dedicate your life studying it. Just study. It's you become so dedicated in it. It's like that's why you find that the priests don't marry, because he's still in his struggle with getting there to get to that level of the high man that runs like the priest. The what do you call it? The priest, the Roman priest.
Yeah, the Roman priest.
What is he?
What they call him? What's the man name? The Pope? Not the Pope, huh?
Exactly. He's on his level of studying to get to that level of becoming the Pope. Once he did, he's high up there with God.
Right.
Nothing can break him down to do anything in sin.
Right. Well, that's quite interesting. Look,
and that's the same thing with the Mecca, and that's the same thing as with the Jews. And when he becomes the oh my God, well, I forgot what they call the high man in the Jewish religion. Oh my God, it's a name for every one of us.
Oh wow!
Even when I talk about these pastors and everything, he's still struggling with his way to become the high priest and the high whatever man that's high up there, sitting on that level with God, where he is not going to fall to no sin whatsoever, no woman, no man, no dog, no cat, no none of that. That's how high they gotta go.
I was sitting there trying to. As a matter of fact, while we was talking, boy, Google a beast, boy.
Huh?
I said I was Harada Jews. Harida.
He's the high guy.
Yeah, the Haredi. Yeah, whatever he is, he's the highest.
Wait, spell it again.
Haredi.
Aradia?
Or something like that. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to ask I'm gonna have to ask this guy on my job. He knows. He's a Jewish guy, so he knows who the highest authority is, closest to get to God for them.
Right.
And he's over, like with us, is like the bishop. The bishop is in mostly the black churches and stuff.
Right. The bishop, the bishop is he's the high, yeah.
It's so in the Christian faith, it's the bishop,
right?
And he can't be falling. He has to stand up and carry the whole church problems of the whole church. That's why the Pope, why they honor him so much when he comes, like the Pope to the Catholics.
Right, he bears all.
He bears all of the problems of holding up all the problems of the Catholic diocese or whatever. Whatever they call it.
Yeah, well, one of them, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the high guy. So that's why I tell people, like, when you really want to take this walk with your religion, I'm gonna say your religion. I'm not even there. I struggle, but it's just it's a real dedication. It's a dedication to a lot. And the Catholic Church, the priests don't marry at all. He has to walk like he's really walking for the whatever. And the same thing with our church with the bishop. He's supposed to only have been married one time in order to be able to have that role. Wow. There's no bishop And even though it's hypocritical because me being Methodist and everything, African Methodist Church, our bishop, our very first bishop was Richard Allen, and he was married more than once. He was married twice.
Mm.
You're not supposed to have no more than one wife.
Wow.
Throughout your whole ministry, one wife.
So from the
You have
beginning
more
to
than one
the
wife.
end, huh?
Huh?
Say from the beginning to the end, huh?
To the beginning to the end, because you see, the thing is that you got to set an example.
Right.
For the for to be up there as a high bishop. It's even in the Bible. It says it.
So basically, they have to show the longevity of.
They have to walk like Jesus.
Yeah. Right. Wow.
You have to walk like Christ.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. You have to walk like Christ.
Look
one
here,
wife.
Casey, I appreciate it. Like, I'm not trying to cut you off, but boy, look here, my wife. I got to get up early in the morning. I know.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No,
but I enjoyed this conversation because I don't stay up late like this either. My husband is out. He came in, he took a shower, went to bed, turned that TV
my wife
on.
she didn't went to sleep. She didn't woke up, went to sleep, went back to sleep, woke up again. She was like, "You still?" I'm like, "Yeah." Usually I wouldn't be on this live, but hey, but it's been a great conversation. And again, I'm glad you came up because, like I said, I love to hear other people's perspective and viewpoints because that's where that's where we're at. And like I said, you see, we're not on no negativity, we're on positives. And like I said,
we're talking about some real things, and hopefully when people come across this video and hear this conversation, it'll hit somebody.
Yeah, it'll hit somebody. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I thank Frankie for introducing me to this channel. I shared your channel, and I had invited people to come in and join us. I don't know if they came in. They probably came in, went in.
Yeah. I saw a couple people coming in. The chat kind of stayed up. It was up to like 8 or 9 or 10. You know what I mean? So
yeah. But they want to go to the channels talking about gossip and about Tyree and Nichols and Shaquilla and all the things that I understand. These things happen, but
it's current events and stuff is happening. Yeah, but people, I'm gonna say this, and one thing I can say, and I mentioned it way when I first started, which I think I've been doing this about 2 weeks now, 3 weeks maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing we need is healing.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's like everybody's on defense mode. Everybody think if I say something to you, hey, hey Casey, well, you said this. What you mean? I said, you get what I'm saying? So it's always you combative. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it's like nobody have compassion no more. It's always everything got to be a fight, and not every fight is what I can't remember the saying of this when they say you might can win the war or is the something, whatever it was. I don't hold me to it, but whatever it is, it's like everything don't consist of a fight. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, and then that's what I always say. Some things it could just be a simple conversation versus an argument. And I've always I found myself that and I share this with you that I saw something. I sound like broken record with this one, but it's something that it stood out to me so much, and I keep sharing it. When it said, "He who angers you controls you." Thank you. You know what I'm saying? So
hello.
But the anger, you know what I'm saying? Because nobody want to feel like they're a puppet, or anybody don't want to feel like they're being controlled, especially out of your control, if that makes sense. Because but I can tell you, boy, it'll get deep. Because like I said, we didn't got some. If you go back and just listen to something live, we'd had some pretty good deep conversations, and
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, like I said, just check it out. Check it out how we because I've had my brother Strick on here. I had one of my boys named Green, and I'm so glad that you and Leslie came because in Section May, I was so much love Section May. You know what I'm saying? And all we gotta do is get Frankie and Johnny up here. Just one good time. That's all I'm waiting on.
Yeah, I'm waiting on Frankie and Johnny too, because I never have really had a chance to really hear Frankie and Johnny speak on anything.
She's a sweetheart.
Yes, I got it. It's a she.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
Well, I'm so sorry, Frankie and Johnny. I thought because of the name, that's the. stupidness of me.
No. But there again, that's the thing behind social media. Who knows who? Nobody really know who's who.
And I'm addressing, I'm sorry, Frankie and Johnny, if you ever hear this. I was like, oh, I thought Frankie and Johnny was a guy, but well, it's a she. Now I know it's a she. Yeah. She came into my chat today and introduced me and said, you need to check this channel out. And this is a really good. And then she told me who you were. And I said, I'm going to come on there and I'm going to greet you. And I came, because I don't want to make people feel like, oh, I'm just saying that. But then I stayed, I stayed, I went. I was here before I started, I was listening, doing a lot more listening. I put everything, like my husband was here. So I was like staying quiet, letting everybody talk.
Right.
And so now he's out. So I was like, oh, I could continue. I could get on now and I could talk now.
Right. But no, you I'm telling you, you're welcome. I enjoyed you.
But
I love your intellect, definitely. And like I said, I love intelligent people that we can speak, and not saying that people, it ain't got to be nobody, but it's just the point of the conversation.
I just enjoy. I like having conversations like this. But we're gonna talk again because I'm gonna let you get your rest. And when you come back, I'm already subscribed, so I'll get the notification. I hit the notification too.
Yeah. So the way we set up, because it's me, we did it like we made it a certain. I started out because a lot of people knew me when I was on other platforms as Shaq Diesel. I just. Really, you know how you just make up a name just because? You know what I mean? And I did that. But then I made the channel. I was like, but they was like, well, why don't you make a channel? I said, okay, cool. So when I made the channel, it was just on Shaq Diesel. Now I'm kind of getting a little bit more structure. So now what we call it is Circle of Gratitude.
I'm trying to get my husband on social media, but he won't come.
I'm just my wife said, I'm a talker, so I love to talk. So yeah. that's the thing, and and she told me, but she's like, I told her she's my editor.
Not a talker.
Yeah, yeah, right. But he's probably the opposite. My wife is an introvert.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
He's not a talker.
Yeah, and she's not a talker either. Now she will get on. If you go back to some lives, she's got on a couple lives, and she actually started talking, and I was like, oh right.
Yeah, he's not a talker. I mean, he talks, but he's not the kind that likes to, like he's private.
Yeah, understood. Definitely.
He's private. He's like, I don't want people to be finding me for my job on social media, things like that. You just out there boldly like that. I was like, and I got family members like that too. They don't do social media.
Right.
They just basically into, their family life and involved in things like that. And if they do any kind of social media or whatever, they probably go on and look up a recipe, or try to catch up on some article, news, or whatever. I'm like, or sports.
Yeah, but the funny thing, and it's just like, this is why I actually got on channels, and it's like what everybody else talk about, I try to curb it into a positive. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, I don't try to restructure your life, but at the same time, I just know I'm not going to get on here and debate. I'm not going to get on here, and hoop and holler, because that's not going to happen. So,
no, you ain't going to see me do that. You're not going to see me trying to pull up people information, search people's life.
Oh my God.
Google. I think that is so criminal. Like, what are you searching? Why do you want to get so involved in looking up their life about this, that, and the other? Now, I don't do that with celebrities either. I don't. I don't get so personal with their life. I just basically only like to talk about them when they are performing for an event, and want to find out about if they're going to be somebody that I like when they're going to perform. Like I'm an Erykah Badu girl. What's going on with Erykah Badu right now? It's like if I want to find out where Erykah's at right now, and
hey, look, I've been
artists out there.
Believe me, I'm an Erykah Badu fan. And everything
I love Erykah Badu.
Here is all in overseas. Everything she's doing.
Yep. I'm like, where's she at? What happened to Erykah? I swear to you now, and I'm gonna leave it as this. I never forget. I just had to go to my Erykah Badu concert, right? When she was in New York at Madison Square Garden. No, not Madison. It was Madison Square Garden. No, it was Radio City Music Hall. I'm sorry. It was Radio City Music Hall. And you know, she was in town, whatever, and I was trying to get some friends of mine to get tickets to go with me. Everybody broke. I had to go by myself.
Wow. But I bet you probably had a time in your life, didn't you?
Oh my goodness. I met people while I was out there and everything. Another girlfriends that was out together, and I started hanging with them. And I was like, hey, I'm Erykah Badu girl. You know, Jill Scott. I didn't do that with Jill. I think one of my friends, she did go with me to the Jill Scott thing, because when Jill Scott first came out, I was so crazy about, you know, her whole CD. Right. You know, you're here, my king. I really did. I was like, you know, because I was into stuff like that. Right. And
so you like neo soul?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I love neo soul. Yeah,
I love music. I'm
a music fanatic too. Yeah, I'm a music fanatic. Yeah,
I'm a Maxwell girl. I like Maxwell.
Yeah.
I'm crazy about him as well. I love my Maxwell. There's a lot of artists out there. I like Joe. I do my Joe stuff too.
What about Kim?
I like Kim.
Yeah.
I like him. It's a whole lot of them, but now lately I don't like anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
After that cutoff of the 90s, I'm like, I'm done. You know?
Yeah, where it's not real music anymore. I mean,
it's not real. It's too simple.
Era,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
They can't do an acapella by themselves or nothing without synthesizing it.
Yeah,
really sing. But I like to listen to a lot of contemporary gospel. I fell in love with listening to Tasha Cobbs, and I think I like her as a gospel artist. I also like the other young lady that came out. What is her name again? Davis. Isabel Davis. I listen to her, and I'm a Yolanda Adams girl. I love Yolanda Adams.
That's a Houston girl, that boy.
Yeah, I like me some Yolanda Adams too. You know, I got a lot of female. I got in the rap category. I like what's her name again? Is ratchet as she is and raunchy, her style or whatever. Is Lil' Kim. She's a great lyricist.
Well, you but you're still going back into the 90s era.
Yep, I like her.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, but that it ain't.
I ain't like what she did to herself, but I like her.
Yeah,
I didn't like. I don't like what she did to herself, and I because she was already a nice looking young lady. She didn't need to do all of that.
All that extra, yeah. But see, there again, that'll be a whole nother conversation, because that's what comes back with society.
We need to talk about stuff like that. Like, why would you do this to yourself? Give them some, like, you were beautiful. You didn't need all of that. You know, like with her, I guess she had to do it. But now look at you, a mess.
A hot mess.
You a mess. And put on some clothes now. You're older now. Yeah, you can still do your Lil' Kim thing, but you could do it in a different, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't have to perform looking like that.
Mature level, yeah.
Yeah. Put on some clothes, sweetheart. Take that. You got a little girl now growing up. You know, your daughter and everything.
Yeah.
You don't know what you're doing. It's just like, anyway, Mr. Shaq, I'm gonna get out of here.
All righty.
And you and your wife, y'all have a blessed night. Tell her I said hello. KC is still gonna rock her channel.
Yeah. Hey, but like I said, I said I subscribe and I'm definitely, like I said, because like we do it like Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We try to put little days, but then it might pick up. But we're just trying to, get the channel pumping. But like I said, because I definitely get on your channel. Believe me, I love it.
Well, we're going to talk about, this month is going to be celebrated, like I said, a lot of Black history stuff. I'm going to introduce foods and stuff like that, African different dishes. I'm not making no promise, but I wanted to do one on because before I was married to a Nigerian, West African. So I wanted to do that as a dish that I learned to make. Egusi, I like it. Egusi soup, and I just wanted to introduce that on my channel, like some of my cultural foods and stuff for for Black History Month. Yeah.
Even though I'm a finicky eater, but hey, I'll be willing. Hey, I'll be supportive.
Not trying. Just telling you about the foods, how I learned about how I discovered the school, talking about some of the literature I read.
Everything behind it, right? I got
you. Yeah. Literature I read, like African literature, that I was taught to, because I'm Black history. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm telling my story. And then the foods, I wanted to introduce some of the literature. I wanted to do like Chinwe Achebe, who is a Nigerian. He was a Nigerian writer. He wrote a lot about the Biafra times in Nigeria back in the 60s or something like that. That's when Nigeria, the different tribes, was at war with each other. The Yorubas and the Igbos, and the Igbos were considered the ones who were like the Jews in that time. It's a lot of stuff, and like culturally they couldn't marry each other. A Yoruba couldn't marry an Igbo couldn't marry. It was a lot of stuff going on. But anyway, I'm just gonna get out of here. And my husband was one of those children that were born from both different cultures. His father was a Yoruba, but his mother was a Igbo.
Okay. Well, we're gonna definitely get out of here, but I've been traditional. Well, I've been doing this ever since I started my channel, but I always like to end my channel with a prayer.
Sure.
Okay. Everybody, we bow our heads. Oh, Heavenly Father, thank you for another day, Lord. Thank you for giving us this panel, Lord. Thank you for people that come here and have the same views and have to open their hearts to something positive, Lord. But we want to thank you and give you praise and glorify your name and know that you are in the midst, oh Heavenly Father. We know that you were here because all the people that come together with different backgrounds, different views, different culture, everything that we have seen, Lord, we just know that we're in the midst. So we want to thank you, and hopefully that it touched someone, Lord. They listen to this, Lord. And well, ma'am, say we know that you touched them, that they heard what we spoke about. We spoke about things that some people going through and don't know. We don't know what they're going through, Heavenly Father, but you know. And hopefully they would turn to you for all problems, Lord. But we are sitting here. We're working in your name, oh Heavenly Father. We're trying to get a message out for positive and helping someone and take away all the negativity that we see around us, oh Heavenly Father. But we want to just thank you, oh Heavenly Father, and give you once again praise for your presence, oh Heavenly Father. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray.
Amen, amen, amen. That was a nice prayer, and I touch and agree with it. Yes.
Well, thanks again, Casey. Like I said, I appreciate everything. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Yes, I appreciate you. I appreciate your wife, Erica. May the Lord give y'all protection over the night and maybe meet again.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're going to do this again. Absolutely. We're going to do it again.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Thank you, Sexy May. Thank you, Frankie John. Thank you, everybody that's viewing in the bushes. We hope that you enjoy. God bless.
Bless
and
you.
We out.
You. All right. Okay. How do I do this? Okay.